Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Nestled in a classic New England setting, amid 200-year-old elm trees and charming colonial homes, stately sea captains' homes, and charming Cape Cod salt boxes, Shoreway Acres is a graceful blend of Cape Cod's past and present. Shoreway Acres, proud sponsor of Falmouth Community Television.
Green Harbor Waterfront Lodging is nestled in a woodland setting on a picturesque ocean inlet. Green Harbor offers a family waterfront vacation. Enjoy our private boating beach with dock, rowboats, and paddle boats, oversized heated outdoor pool, and kiddie pool. Relax in our waterfront and beachside accommodations. 548-4747 or gogreenharbor.com. People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
The Quarterdeck Restaurant, located on Main Street in the heart of Falmouth, specializing in fresh local seafood and other classic American cuisine, featuring a full bar with friendly staff. And the Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, located in North Falmouth just off Nathan Ellis Highway, featuring catering services with 2 full event rooms serving up classic Italian cuisine. The Quarterdeck Restaurant and Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, we're here to serve all our friends in Falmouth.
Good evening, folks. Welcome to the February 10th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Selectmen. I am going to call the meeting to order. If you'd please join me for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. And I know some people might prefer to stand, so don't feel pressure, but if you want a seat, there are seats still over here on the far side. Okay. All right, we have a lot of business to get to tonight. We're going to start with a proclamation for the 100th anniversary, the League of Women Voters Day, February 14th, 2020.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for honoring my request to be able to read this proclamation. I remember back when I was 8 years old and my mother was going to be appointed president, and she insisted she couldn't because she had 3 boys she had to take care of. And so instead, her friend Joanne Voorhees, who also had 3 children at home, did it for 2 years, and then she did it 2 years after. But I just remember what an important part of the town of Falmouth, the League of Women Voters were, and the women who ran them really made a huge impact on the town of Falmouth. And I do want to point out it is open to both men and women to be members of the League of Women Voters. Proclamation celebrating the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters in the United States. Whereas the League of Women Voters was founded in 1920 as a mighty political experiment by the foremothers of the suffragist movement at the National American Women's Suffrage Association. And whereas their goal was to help the 20 million women who were granted the right to vote by the 19th Amendment understand and carry out their new responsibility as voters. And whereas with the success of this effort and the tireless efforts over the last 100 years to strengthen and uphold its mission to empower voters and defend democracy, the League has become a trusted nonpartisan grassroots organization. And whereas the League has sponsored legislation and fought in the courts to protect and strengthen voting rights and access, and for free and fair elections, civil rights, children, community health, and education, and whereas the League has consistently been noted for its nonpartisan election information, including sponsorship of candidate forums and information on state and local ballot issues, as well as its commitment to register, educate, and mobilize voters. And whereas the League champions government systems that are open, transparent, inclusive, and equitable, and whereas the League believes that active and engaged citizens, irrespective of gender, ethnicity, or political affiliation, are the hallmark of democracy, now therefore be it proclaimed February 14th as League of Women Voters Day in the town of Falmouth, Massachusetts. We honor and congratulate the League of Women Voters on its 100th anniversary and commend the League for its significant contributions to empowering voters and making democracy work. I so move.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Do you want to come on up? We're just going to sign this here, and I know you, really,
Do you want to go to the microphone, say a word or two?
yeah, say a word or two, and as we get our signatures on here. And really, just the work that the League has been doing, even just in the last few years, is just so impressive. Focusing on civics and bringing civic education back into the schools, teaching people about how their government works, especially for young children to understand how their government works, how they can really impact change at the local level and beyond. And so that work really continues to go on. It's a dedicated group. They use their passion, but they also collect data. They go out and it's approaching it in a very kind of concise and problem-solving directed way. So we just are so thankful for the work and that we have such a strong League of Women Voters here in Falmouth. So welcome. If you want to introduce yourself to everyone and share some words.
I'm Sylvia Shulkin, and I'm the chair of the steering committee of the Falmouth League of Women Voters. And the League has asked me to express its gratitude to the Selectmen for honoring us with tonight's proclamation. And the League feels very fortunate in Falmouth to operate in a town that values the underpinnings of the League's mission to promote informed, active participation in government. And that's why you all know me. February 14th will no longer only be Valentine's Day in Falmouth, but the 100th anniversary of the founding of the League of Women Voters. And I'd like you to consider the fact that 2 weeks after the League was founded on February 14th of 1920, the last arrests of suffragists were still taking place in Massachusetts. Securing and promoting a woman's right to vote has been no easy struggle. The League has changed over the past 100 years. We're still a nonpartisan grassroots organization, but we're joining more frequently with other groups to promote mutually held positions, and we continue to advocate for legislation that our membership tells us it supports. We're now more than 500 chapters and 700,000 members strong across the United States. And we're looking for more ways to grow the vote across all political, racial, ethnic, gender, and age groups. And as Doug Jones noticed, there's been another major change. Men are now very active members of the League, and that's been true for many years. As a case in point, I'd like you to meet Richard Johnson, who's the chair of the Falmouth League Centennial Celebration Committee. Richard's knowledge and skills as a landscape architect have contributed not only to Falmouth's centennial celebrations, but to the local league's studies on issues related to the town's natural resources. In 2020, we are planting 10 tupelo trees at Peterson Farm, 1 tree per decade. We're creating a grove to celebrate the twin centennials. A plaque is going to be installed on a rock in the grove to memorialize both centennials, both the creation of the League and the ratification of the 19th Amendment. This project, initiated and paid for by the Falmouth League and its supporters, also owes a lot to the town's Conservation Commission, which allowed the project to go forward. Now, there have been suggestions that the League should eventually change its name to make it clear that all voters are welcome as members. Who knows whether 100 years from now, when passers-by at Peterson's Farm stop to read the plaque, they will wonder why Falmouth once had a gender-named voting rights organization. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, under, let's see, how about recognition? So we have a big agenda, and we have a lot of interviews for the committee for the fire station. So there are some other folks who I'm gonna try and just get a few other small items off of the agenda to clear the room up a little bit, okay? So recognition, Mr. Brown, do you have anything this week?
I just want to mention the passing of our committee member from the Market Building Committee, Leslie McDonald. She and her husband for many years owned the paint store on Main Street, and I know Leslie was active in town affairs for many years. And we're going to miss her on the committee, and it's unfortunate. And also I wanted to just recognize the unfortunate passing of a young man in a tree trimming accident last week, and I guess he was a really nice guy and very popular, and it turned out that the wake was very big, and so I wish his family the best.
He was a really great uncle and, a great brother and son, so 38 is certainly far too young, so.
Absolutely.
We certainly are thinking of his family. Under announcements, we have a couple of announcements. Mr. Johnson-Staub, Mr. Suso, do you want to start with the update on the pending closure of John Parker Road?
Yes, thank you. We have Town Engineer Jim McLaughlin with us, Madam Chair, members of the board. You'll recall that at an earlier meeting of the board, we talked about the necessity for a temporary closure of John Parker Road related to the Coonamessett Corridor project, and Jim's going to just give a few very quick slides updating that and acknowledging why we do need to move forward and make this presentation to Selectmen as the road commissioners. Jim, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Suso. Madam Chair, James McLaughlin, Town Engineer. And the closure on John Parker Road is something that's been applied for as a street opening permit by the contractor that's doing the restoration work on the river. And this section down here, which they refer to as the lower bog, that's a section of the Coonamessett that has been restored back to its natural channel. And down in this area here, if you've been out there, this is where the second boardwalk has been constructed. The current work that's going on is restoring this section here, the middle bog, and then the upper bog here, as well as part of that work is replacing the existing 3 24-inch culverts that run under John Parker Road here. And it's right now, it doesn't, the river itself doesn't look very large, but when the project is completed, it will be a 24-foot span across the river. And as I mentioned, right now there are 3 2-foot culverts. So what's involved is a precast structure that will span the river. On this side, on the downstream side, the sidewalk. On the upstream side, there's a bay for utilities. 2 major utilities that are in the roadway are the gas and the water main. So those will both be replaced and put in this bay on the outside of the bridge. Once the old culverts are removed, there's a couple of very large footings that go in on either side, and then the riverbed itself is restored with some smaller stone, then larger 2 to 3 foot stone, and then a natural riverbank above that. And then the precast structure, and these footings are also precast, is placed above that. And this is the sketch from the precast company, which is located in Connecticut. And what they have is three large footings on either side, so there's a total of 6 footings. That's represented here in the section view. And then above that, on each corner, there are a couple of transition pieces as well as a wing wall. So each corner has 3 pieces for a total of 12, and then the main box itself is another 5 sections, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This one being the utility bay, this one the sidewalk, and these 3 here are identical. And these little pieces right in here, that's how they install a rod and bolt with bolts on either side, and that's how they tighten it up and get it together nice and tight and watertight. So the contractor has a road closure plan with a detour that will run out through from Route 28 down to Oxbow, and then up over to Sandwich Road and up to where John Parker comes out onto Sandwich, and the same thing going the other way. The police chief has asked that we install, in addition to all the detour signs, a electronic sign at each end, so that'll be part of the closure. And both sections on either end will be open to local traffic, and the closure itself is really just limited to this area here. And the proposal is to close it, for the request from the contractor is to close it from February 24th, 2 weeks from today, until April 15th. And that involves removing, or first, before they even start the work on the new structure, is to put in a bypass in this area here, and then the work necessitated by removing the culvert and placing the new box, and then repaving it, as well as reconnecting the gas and the water. And that's what the proposal is. And there's a detailed schedule that the contractor has supplied, but basically it's April 24th February 24th to April 15th.
We're coordinating this, as Jim's noted, with police, fire, and also the school transportation department, obviously with public works as well.
The goal is to really, the reason why we kind of have had it on a couple of times is, obviously, John Parker Road is a really significant road for cut-throughs for people. I mean, to not have that opportunity is a very big detour. So we just want to make, again, we'll coordinate with the school, with fire and rescue, but for everyday folks trying to get from point A to point B in town, who are commuting for work and otherwise, they've really just got to plan accordingly in this time frame. So I know initially the time frame sounded longer, and there's been work to really.
It was suggested to be 90 days.
Right.
It's much less than that, thankfully, Madam Chair.
So, again, we recognize it's a significant inconvenience, but obviously this project is an important one. It's been going on for a long time and has had a lot of town support, and this is really one of the final pieces that does need to take place. So, thank you. Are there any questions from folks here about that? Yeah.
We do anticipate that foot traffic would be allowed sooner than the completion?
No, I think, well, in terms of, let me go back to right now, as probably a lot of people are aware, there's access down across the, this berm here, although they've got this opened up now. But to get up and around would be really the only way to get there, foot traffic-wise. Because once it's closed, it's, relatively dangerous to have people on the construction site in terms of liabilities and just the amount of work that's going on and the heavy construction equipment. There'll be cranes out there to lift these pieces in place, which is, so we would discourage people from walking in that area.
Thank you, good question. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. One other announcement, the senior center grand opening, Mr. Suso, it's coming up in short order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm that the grand opening of the new Falmouth Senior Center will be 3 to 5 p.m. on Friday, March 20th. And we invite all interested persons to join us
Seniors or not.
for that. Seniors or otherwise.
Yes, come and see
to join
it.
the selectmen and
Future seniors.
the building committee and the staff members for that momentous occasion. And we certainly look forward to it. Peter, any other comments in
I
order?
think you've covered it. We're excited to soon be open to the public.
Great, thank you. All right, public comment. So public comment is, is that Mark? I see. Public comment is a period of generally up to 10 minutes. You have 2 minutes for each individual to make a comment about something not on the agenda. So please come up, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Mark Finneran, I'm here as a member of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And obviously, we're an advisory committee, and our purview is solid waste. And we're trying to keep the service as efficient as possible and as inexpensive. Most people don't realize, but about anywhere between 15 and 25% of the trash that they pick up at the curb is actually food waste, and we pay for it by the pound, the ton, whatever. So if people can remove food waste from their trash, obviously the town can save money. And I mean, if it was 25%, we're looking upwards to a couple of $100,000. And pursuant to this, Mary Bunker Ryther of Compost With Me, who is the town's partner in our composting program at the waste management facility, is holding a couple of informative sessions this week, Wednesday at 7 o'clock at Gus Canty, and then again Friday at noon for anybody who wants to learn how to compost at home, how to help out, join the committee, whatever. I mean, this is potentially a huge savings for the town, and it'll, ensure that we can keep our curbside service, which really is quite fantastic when you look everywhere else. Only one other town on the Cape has it. So anyone with any interest at all to learning how to do it at home, whatever, it's Wednesday at 7 o'clock and Friday at noon at the Gus Canty.
Great,
Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else for public comment? Yep, come on up, Ms. Jewett.
I wanted to ask, have they done the, about the fire department or not yet? Have they made it?
So we haven't done anything for the committee yet. If it's on the agenda, it's not, we can't have it at public comment. So why don't you tell me what you want to say?
No, I wanted to just know, so that's not, hasn't been addressed yet tonight. I'm a little late, so that's not, has
No,
not.
we're still going to interview everyone for the committee, and we're still going to have the presentation of the data. That you haven't missed that.
All right. I just wanted to say, a few weeks back when I was here, there was a question about the taxes, and Doug Brown said he wasn't sure about how he felt about it, but then he voted with you to go along with it. Now, I've been to a few meetings and listened to them on TV, and I'd like to know, like, seems like you all sort of vote. No one ever goes against. I've never seen I say nay. Am I correct in that?
No, it happens.
I can't really talk, it's public comment period.
Okay, well,
So
that's,
because it's
all
not
right,
on the
that's what I've
agenda-
observed,
Okay,
okay?
yep.
So I know with the asbestos, it was a bad thing. It wasn't a good thing, and you know you're correcting it. But in life, when you do bad things, bad comes to you. And when you do good things come to you. And that's how I feel, that you have to start doing good things, and otherwise karma will get you.
Okay, thank you. And anybody else for public comment? No? Okay, great. And just a reminder, for folks who don't come that often, because public comment is a time period when it's not on the agenda, the board, because of open meeting law, cannot respond and have a conversation with you, because if we're gonna do that, it has to be something that's on the agenda that people are notified about, okay? All right, we have two quick, before we start the citizen advisory, we have two other quick interviews. We have an interview for Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. Neil Alaru, come on up. We have seen your application, and I know we interviewed, I wasn't here for the meeting, but I watched the interviews. The other applicants were interviewed. I think we have 4 applicants for 1 current open position, although positions open up frequently on committees. Welcome. Is there anything in addition to what you provided to us that you would like us to know?
No, whatever I have, I said. I'm a resident of this town for the past 11 years, and I'm a regular user of bike paths as well as the sidewalks for running and walking. So, yeah, I have an interest in serving in the committee.
Wonderful, thank you. Do anyone have any questions? Yeah.
Have you had any opportunity to attend any of the committee meetings?
I have almost 8-9 years ago when I first came to this town. Yeah.
Okay.
So since then, I haven't been part of it, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm aware of the proceedings.
I see, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Really, really heavy stuff, right? Okay. All right, so I know we have 4 applicants for a term vacancy ending 6/30/2022. I would entertain any discussion, or, yes.
I'd like to move Martha Pendergast. She has worked on numerous volunteer projects, library and otherwise, and has lots of experience, very, very frequent user of the bike path. And I just thought that her perspective was really fresh, and I think that's what the Bike and Pedestrian Committee are looking for, new ideas. So I would nominate Martha Pendergast.
Second.
Okay, so the way we do it is we vote each nomination, and if it doesn't pass, we would go to the next person. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of Martha Pendergast?
Aye.
Let me ask actually a process question. Can I vote on this since I didn't interview the others? I don't think there's anything that precludes me from that. Right, it's not a okay.
Is there opportunity for any more deliberation, though, just to explain why we're going to vote the way we are?
If you want, did you want to add to what Sue was saying? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
What struck me about Martha was that she, rollerbladed and walked the bikeways. So she represented the perspective of multiple users, and I thought that was kind of important. The rest of the applicants were pretty much bicyclists, and so I felt like she really did embody the bike and pedestrian aspect of the mission of that committee. So that's why I'm supporting her.
Okay. Did you have more conversation about that?
Just to that end, the reason I would be supporting Neil Alaru is just because of experience also with the marathon, and I know he uses the bike path both as a biker and as a jogger, and so I was thinking of him for the exact same reason of the multiple use of it. So
I have a different opinion. I was going to appoint Mr. Lafreniere because of his recent interest and attendance at committee meetings, and also the fact that he leads biking groups. He seemed like a very avid biker and knowledgeable. So.
Okay, well, with everybody, it'll be interesting vote. So we have everyone sort of weighing in, and we have a nomination and a second. So yes, Sue.
So did we finish the Martha vote? I didn't
No,
know.
we didn't. No, we didn't. I think we stopped because Sam was just
Gotcha.
hoping to kind of
Okay.
explain, which is a good way to do it. So
Thank you.
okay, all those in favor of Martha, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that particular vote doesn't pass at this point in time. I would entertain any other motions.
I would move the appointment of Neil Alaru to a term ending June 30th, 2022.
Okay,
Second?
all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Oh, looks like you got 3.
okay,
4.
all right.
4.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you leave already?
He's in the corner.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who put their name forward.
Congrats.
It's wonderful, and like I said, we always have openings. I know that there'll be other folks that kind of rotate out of this committee, so for the other 3 applicants, please do keep an eye on that. We really value. Everyone had a very stellar sort of background in terms of things they could bring to the committee, so thank you. We have one other committee appointment before the big interviews, and that is for a position on substance use. Sorry, let me just get the Commission on Substance Use, and we have one applicant, Samantha Bauer. Welcome. We have your application in front of us.
Do you have any recent awards you want to speak about?
Yeah. Did something exciting happen to you?
Yeah, I just recently got the No Place for Hate Falmouth Civic Engagement Award. And so that was really special. Surprising.
Well, it shouldn't have been, because really, the work that you've done for, with Inspiration is Everywhere, which is really your own baby, has just been incredible, and I think it's wonderful to have some new input into the commission, and really just a different perspective, as well as sort of the fact that you kind of bring a holistic approach to looking at these things, from art and from, just a whole bunch of ways to sort of talk about how we connect with people on the issue of substance use disorder. So thank you very much for your application. Any other questions?
I'm just trying to.
No, I move that we appoint Samantha Bauer for the next 5 months.
I know, it's a short term.
Commission Use Committee. Hopefully you'll be submitting an application. We can reappoint you at that point. This is the term ending June 30th, 2020.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. And I know
Thank you.
Beverly
Thank you
is
so
here
much.
somewhere, so thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right, now we will dive into the interviews for the Citizens Advisory Committee for future fire stations. Just a reminder, we kind of initially had a timeline. We had very few applicants. We extended the timeline. We got a few more applicants, but still not many. And then, I think thankfully we had the public forum, and we had kind of a nice bounce, and we ended up with, one person has withdrawn, so 25 applications, which really gives us some folks to take a look at and round it out. Initially, the goal was to try to have a committee that is well-balanced, because we're talking about, the future fire needs of the town, a future fire station, where it might be located, so looking for input from really across the town. And when I look at all of the applicants, we don't have anyone from Woods Hole, and we don't have anyone from Waquite, but we do have lots of folks from Hatchville, lots of folks from other parts of East Falmouth, West Falmouth, North Falmouth, T-Ticket. So we had a pretty good showing across the board. So what we'll do is, as noted on the agenda, we're going to give each applicant, we have all of your documents, and we're gonna give each applicant 2 minutes to say what you wanna say about yourself. If there's any questions, we'll ask questions. But with that many applicants, you can do the math, it's almost an hour of interviews. So we're trying to, that's why we started a little bit early.
Madam Chair, I know we did receive an email about this. I do think it'd be important that we do
Yes, talk
kind of
about
have
that.
feel what the mission is for these people that are interviewing before they tell us all the reasons why they're coming forward. And I guess, just to clarify, that this is not a closure of West Falmouth Fire Station Committee. That question won't be actually asked of this committee. It is really looking for the proper, how many fire stations do we need in town and where they would be located. And I just want to, hearing some of the information that's being put forward, put that on the table, so that if people are saying that's the reason they want to be on this committee, they understand that's not what this committee is going to be discussing.
Yeah. Good point. And we have the draft mission, thank you, which actually really isn't that different from what we've already talked about, but I'll just read what the draft is, knowing that later on in the agenda, we're going to talk about it and maybe tweak it, but this is really kind of consistent with what we've said from the beginning this committee would be about. So this is a proposed temporary committee convened for a specific purpose to be further defined below. The committee is to consist of 9 members, preferably with at least one from each of the town 8 villages, to facilitate a strategically important townwide representation of interests. Upon completion of the committee's final recommendation to the board, its function will have been performed and it will be disbanded. The mission and purpose of this committee is to convene meeting at the earliest reasonable time following the selectman appointment, select a chair, vice chair, and recording secretary, select agreeable meeting times, dates, times, and place, and post all committee meetings prepare and approve minutes consistent with the Commonwealth Open Meeting Law. The committee is charged with reviewing written background information provided in the final report of the consultant engaged by the town for analyzing fire department multi-year run information and providing findings on potential alternative locations for a new fire station. This will be supplemented by input and information provided by Fire Chief Small, Town Manager Suso, as well as other involved town staff members and from Falmouth citizens. The committee is asked to proceed in a workmanlike manner, an efficient manner in facilitating a final recommendation to the Board of Selectmen on one or more feasible sites for the potential new fire station, including relative positives and negatives for each of the potential sites. It is the intention of the board to encourage consistent, steady progress to timely reach this final recommendation as it is in the public safety interest to facilitate moving to closure on this important matter. Okay, so same as what we talked about before, looking at a future site or options for a fire station. Okay? Any questions from the board about?
Just a quick announcement. I received information from Annie Hartcool that she is withdrawing.
Okay. And we had a withdrawal from
Ron Clatterberg.
Yes, and also from Mr. Soares. Okay? So, okay. Are there any questions just about the process or about what this committee is going to be about from folks who are here? Yes, sir?
Is there an end date?
Yes, but we don't have a specific end date. But certainly, we're looking for the committee to do their work. We want them to hold their public hearings. We want them to work through the process. But we're not looking for this to be a year-long process. We really are looking for a date. And we can talk about during that time period if there's an end date. But we're looking, I don't want to speak for the whole board because we haven't talked about this, but over the next several months to come up with a recommendation, because this is an issue that we want to move forward on. And obviously, the next piece of it would be looking at budgeting, looking at all of that. So.
And speaking of moving forward, we have one applicant who's not available until after March 16th.
Right.
That doesn't seem like a reasonable amount of time to wait.
I agree. I have concerns about the wait time, and we have lots of applicants that are going to be waiting to start the work.
I think we can still consider that applicant even though we haven't interviewed them.
Right. Her application is here. We can read it.
Right.
And we will certainly put her in contention with everybody else. But
Exactly.
I think the sentiment of this board, we really had hoped to get this started sooner, but frankly, we didn't get enough applicants for a while. And so it's been something that we talked about earlier on and kind of lingered around with 7, 8 applicants for a little while until we got a burst of interest, which is great. But I think we really want to get it going.
I think it's going to be very challenging, but I would encourage us I would hope we'd have a vote tonight to appoint.
Agreed.
I think that's what the goal is. Okay, any questions from anyone? Yep, you just have to go, I'm sorry, you have to go up because no one can hear you at home.
Lori Harlow Hawks, I'm up tonight. I just want to, are we going to be working off the final consultant's recommendations as well?
What do you mean,
Because
will
we
you
haven't
have
seen
that?
that yet.
Yep, you're gonna have that. Yeah,
Okay.
the committee is going to have, that's what that piece that I read about the consultant, you're gonna have the final work product.
Yep.
Part of that is why this timing is falling nicely, because that's going to be presented tonight, you'll have that data. You'll then, the committee, as we noted, will then do their own, they're gonna drive their own research, and whoever, exactly, whoever else
I
they
just want
wanna
to make
speak
sure,
with.
because it didn't say about, because the consultant was a Northwest Fire Station, and that wasn't how the draft mission statement was presented. So I just want to make sure, but Mr. Jones kind of cleared that up as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions about process? Yes. Yes, unfortunately, you have to go to a microphone, Ms. Jewett.
Watch your foot, it's caught in your pocketbook. I don't want you to trip.
How many applicants did you have at the beginning?
Well, right now, before withdrawals, we had 27, we've had 3 withdrawals, so we have currently 24.
I think her question was at the beginning, so
how
I
many
think we
you
only
had?
had 4.
Yeah, for a long time, we were stalled at less than even the number that we had hoped for, which was 9 minimum.
And then how many did you get after the 4?
3 more, I think.
Yeah, I think 7, and then we were stalled for a while, that's why we had to extend it.
So you had how many total at the beginning, like 7 or 10?
No, I think we
4,
had 4 for a
then
while.
3 more, and then, so we were at 7, and then we had to reapply. And then we had our
How
meeting.
many are going to be elected? How
9.
many?
9.
9, oh, okay.
So we didn't even have enough to meet the number that we were hoping for a while. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get started. I'm just gonna do them in the order that they are listed. So first we have Dan Mahoney. How are you?
I won't stand up, so I'll be loud. I'll be loud.
You can be loud.
We can point that microphone over
Well,
there.
they'll put the microphone a little bit so that
Or we can
people at home.
pass one of these out there.
That'll
I'll
work.
grab that one. That'll be a lot easier. All right, thank you. Okay?
Welcome.
All right, I'm Dan Mahoney. I live over at Old Silver Beach on Santuit Road. My application is threefold. I was one of the original applicants because as soon as it came out, I recognized the importance of applying to give back to the community, first of all. And secondly, the reason I'm here is because the first responders saved me many years ago when I went off a roof. So I recognize the importance, first of all, of having well-trained first responders, but secondly, to have them in a location that is most applicable to as many people as we can. So finally, I worked in municipal service for 32 years as a supervisor. I'm aware of municipal laws, some of the constraints, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Mahoney. And so what we'll do is we'll go through everyone, and then we'll do what we just did, which was take motions for folks. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Cook. Welcome. And Mr. Mahoney gets points because that was less than 2 minutes, so just saying.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good evening, my name is Alden Cook. I need no introduction to the Board of Selectmen since they've listened to me quite a bit. I am a retired firefighter paramedic and have been involved with the Falmouth Fire Department since 1973. And I am extremely interested in the operation of the department and trying to ensure that all of the citizens are served equitably and that we have the right equipment in the right place with the right number of people to operate that equipment and the right number of trained medical and fire responders. So I would be happy to serve on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the board, if you have a question of somebody, please just yell it out. Okay. Next, we have Patricia Johnson. She's new to volunteering in the town, so.
It's hard to hear in the audience without a microphone for everybody to hear, but I will do my best, okay? I am Patricia Johnson, and I have been lucky to live 38 years of year-round on Wild Harbor Road in North Falmouth. And I've been very active, town meeting member for 35 years, as well as different lengths of time on the Board of Appeals, the Design Review Committee, and the Land Bank Committee, where we searched, visited, and evaluated open spaces and recommended the properties to the town meeting. However, I probably have been most remembered for my leadership and instigator for the extension of the Shining Sea Bike Path to North Falmouth. And that really required leadership, patience, and a lot of perseverance. I have always been active in Falmouth. I am a good listener. I get the facts and build a consensus and support the decision. So I am a longtime resident. It helps me because coupled with years of living here and biking nearly every road and to every neighborhood in Falmouth, I have a good idea of Falmouth and what it looks like. And for a long time, I have supported the idea of the location for a new fire station in North Falmouth. And I went to the hearing by the McGrath consultant at the West Falmouth Library. That was last fall. and I went to the Selectmen's recent forum at the high school. I know the recommendation of this committee will significantly increase the response time to my home and to my neighborhood. However, I really understand the focus of this committee and will support the focus of this committee to find a suitable location that will benefit everyone in Hatchville, the North Falmouth and West Falmouth communities. I have the time to work on this advisory committee and would be privileged to serve.
Thank you very much, Patty. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Any questions?
No?
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Finneran.
Good evening, Mark Finneran. I too was one of the first four applicants, and but my interest in this subject has been going on long before that. I happen to hang out in some afternoons with a group of retired men at McDonald's, and a number of them are firefighters. So for more than a decade, I've been learning from them, you know, this issue and other issues. Billy Peck, Pat Bishop, Bobby Dutra, Walter Bennett. I was good friends with Chief Broder and Eddie Marks as well. But about 12 years ago, Walter showed me the study that they had done, again, for the Hatchville fire station and the placement somewhere roughly near Ranch Road. And I actually thought it was going to become an issue sooner than it has, as I've run against every one of you, and I always brought it up during the election as, you know, an issue in the campaign. And in so far as that is concerned, back in 2013 or 14, just to get more information on this, I contacted General Steele and spoke to a salesman there and had him send me numerous pictures of fire stations they have built all across the country, prefab, you know, 2, 3, and 4 door stations. And I would be a proponent of trying to save money. I mean, there's a reason that all train stations and schools used to look alike, and all F-150s look alike. I mean, every time you build something similar, the price gets cheaper. And I mean, we really need to consider price in this as well. We don't have to redesign some Taj Mahal. We just need something functional and decent. You want people from all over town. I live in Precinct 2 at 98 Grand Ave in our family's home. We've had since 1933. We're from Worcester, so we're the original Washer Shores, I guess. We have property in T-Ticket Inn on Mira Vista. I'm a member of the Falmouth Heights Mira Vista Neighborhood Association, and
That's 2 minutes.
Huh?
It's 2 minutes. Sorry, did you have
Yeah,
one last thing you wanted to say?
that's right. I mean, I would like to be part of this. I have great interest in this and anything else, Falmouth for that matter, as I think you're well aware, and I believe that I have things that I could add.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark? No?
Nope,
Okay,
I think
thank
you
you.
said it all.
We have George Rogers. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board. Little change of pace. I don't think anybody here knows me. So I think it's important I tell you a little bit about myself. So I've been a resident for a year and a half. I live in T-Ticket, Mira Vista. My past life, I spent 35 years in the fire service. I was a firefighter and EMT in the town of Bridgewater. The last 10 of those years, I was the fire chief and emergency manager, director. I was also served as the president for the Fire Chiefs of Massachusetts, and I was on the Homeland Security Council for Southeastern Mass, which was part of your area. I spoke to the chief, and I said to him, listen, I thought public service maybe was in my rearview mirror, and he said he may need some help. So I'm here to offer that help. In my community, I I was very fortunate. I had a $4.5 million budget, 52-member department, kind of similar. My community was 28 square miles, not as big as Falmouth. I was on a committee that we built a new substation. I was part of that. I was also very fortunate to get a SAFER grant for $1.6 million for 8 firefighters. So that's my background. Currently, I work for National Grid. I've been there 4 years as a program manager. So I'm here to offer my services. I will yield to any people that have been here a lot longer than me. What I would bring is maybe my experience as a firefighter and that background, maybe a different perspective. So that's what I offer you.
Great, thank you very much.
Very
Any
good.
other questions?
No, I think that's
Great.
good enough for me.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping us safe in the Southeastern Division for Homeland Security. All right, next we have Oliver Eggleston. Welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm Oliver Eggleston. Most folks know me as Ollie. My wife and I live at 39 Caitland Hills Drive. I'm a retired architect, and I think that my skills and experience may be of value to the committee that you're trying to form. To elaborate a little, 90% of the work of an architect is decision-making and making choices. And the principal means by which this is done is by evaluating alternatives against criteria. And notably, criteria in my business are almost always in conflict. Budget versus quality, quality versus quantity. Likewise, I think that the committee that you want to give recommendations on a location of a new fire station will likewise have to consider alternatives, and it's quite likely that there'll be tension among the criteria. That's a world in which I'm quite familiar, and I'd be happy to serve.
Thank you
Do
very
you
much.
have any questions?
Any questions?
Do you have any experience with municipal type buildings? And not that that would really help, because we're really looking for a location rather than a building. Just trying to figure how, I understand your decision-making skills.
Schools and institutional buildings are the main focus of the firm that I work for.
Okay.
So hospitals, colleges, universities.
Okay.
Great,
Have
thank you.
One more. Been involved with any type of committee, volunteer type activities?
Yes, I served on the board of the West Falmouth Library for 7 or 8 years.
Okay.
I serve on the board of the West Falmouth Village Association and others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have Patricia Favuli. Welcome.
Welcome, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you for the opportunity coming here tonight. Brief history. I'm a 50-year resident of the town of Falmouth. I grew up in East Falmouth when the whistle blew at the East Falmouth station. That meant you had to be home for dinner. I'm now a resident of Precinct 8, Wheelhouse Circle in Hatchville. My reason here for being here tonight is I'm interested in what we're going to do about our public safety. Following this, we're hearing about villages, and one village needs it, and this other village needs it. I think the whole town needs the service of the committee. I'm bringing, as the director of assessing, I think I know just about every parcel in the town, so I think I have some strong feelings on what we have available for this situation. My experience on committees, former zoning board of appeals member, current chair of the Falmouth Housing Authority, past member of Habitat for Humanities, former member of the Wastewater Commission for Little Pond Sewer, and a former town meeting member. So I have some committee experience to offer. I'm familiar with budgets and financing, and I think that's about it.
Great, thank
Do you have any questions?
Any questions? No?
Thank you.
We know who
Thank
you
you.
are.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Mark Lowenstein. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Mark Lowenstein, I live in West Falmouth. I want to tell you, though, that my goal would be to get equitable services to all residents of this town, not just to the people in West Falmouth. I've been a resident for 14 years, a taxpayer for 30. I've been a lawyer, a high-tech executive, college professor, and I think I can bring some analytical and business skills to this group. I'd like to make one amendment to my application, which I would increase the amount of time, if it's necessary, to whatever it needs to be done. Okay?
Thank
you. I agree with what some of the other people said. It's important to have good services for all residents of this town, and the fire department is a critical part of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Wayne Lingenfelter. And I'm going to apologize if I mispronounce anyone's names. I apologize.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Lingenfelter, and I reside at 26 Equestrian Lane in East Falmouth. Appreciate the opportunity tonight. I really wanted to just start my quick remarks by pointing out what I will not bring to the committee. I don't have any technical background or experience with respect to fire stations or fire rescue. Secondly, I'm just a 2-year resident of the community. And so I certainly recognize that in the audience there's a number of people who have much more involvement in the community. But the highlights that I think led me to want to spend the time to participate in this are really threefold that I'd highlight. Number one, I have had a 35-year career in commercial real estate, and in that time led a number of different initiatives and efforts to work through site selection processes for our business. So I've had the opportunity to understand how a site selection committee needs to work with community organizations, work with consultants and the information that they bring to the table, and then ultimately report that information out properly to the correct entities that are overseeing the effort. Secondly, in the course of that career, I do think I've had the opportunity to develop some fairly good critical thinking skills, which I think is important when you're evaluating the kind of situation that's in front of us. And I think communication is a relative strength of mine. So I would just say in closing, while I can't bring the experience that a number of the other folks here will, I also bring an independent mindset. I admittedly don't have any bias in terms of where the outcome of this might lead. I simply want to volunteer my time as a committee member to come away with an independent and well-reasoned recommendation for the board. So thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself tonight.
Great, thank you. And thanks for jumping in for the folks who've only been here for a year or two and you're already putting yourself out there. We appreciate that. It's kind of one of those things that makes Falmouth really special, so. All right, we have Charles Olson. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Charles Olson. I live at 43 Hudson Street in the Heights. And I'm an EMT and I teach CPR at the fire station and CPR and first aid at the oceanographic. So I am sensitive to the needs for rapid response. I saw the call for people to be on this committee, and I have an open mind about the problem, and I would like to offer my time and services.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Olson?
I'm familiar with Mr. Olson. He's a very personable gentleman. Have you had any other committee experience previously?
I've been on the rec committee for
a while, right? 2005 to 2014.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Halen?
Something a minute ago.
Okay. Welcome.
Hello, Michael Halen, 162 Cliffwood Lane. I know some of you know me, but I wanted to thank every one of the 27 people who applied for this. It's a big turnout. I myself am involved locally in the rec committee. I did a lot of work with helping the senior center get built in the new fields at the high school. Professionally, I have an engineering background in college, and I have a master's in business. Currently, the past 18 months, I've been working very closely with another municipality who is doing the exact same process of trying to build a public safety building. It's been about 18 months, and we still haven't moved forward. So this is a long process. I would like to use my experience with that process and mirror it to this process. We need to find a location that best suits the needs of the community, do some feasibility studies, and find land and get moving as quickly as possible. Another thing is, as some of you know, all of you know, if I put my mind to something, I come here often and I make my voice heard, and I will not be shy if on this committee to make sure that the best thing happens for our women and men of the fire department and all of the community involved. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Halen?
I was curious to know, what type of involvement did you have in this other municipality's project?
So I run a television station in Rainham, and I've worked with the planning department, the building inspector, the planning board, to get designs up there for the selectmen and the rest of the committee. I've worked with the engineers and the architects. We originally were planning on rehabbing the existing fire station, but that proved not a good fit because of the community. Where the fire station is, the cost to fix that fire station currently would be X amount of dollars, and for 2.5 times that amount, we could actually move to a whole new station.
So are you more familiar with it from the facilitating the communications part of it then? Is that your
Facilitating communications, and I help the town building inspector when he needs stuff like that. So I'm very familiar with the ins and outs of the process. So that is advantageous. Obviously, I was never a fire chief like some of the applicants were, but most recently I have been involved in the process firsthand for the past 18 months or so.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
What troop is this?
38.
Welcome.
Welcome. Sorry we don't have more seats for you all. Yeah, we're glad you're here.
Thanks,
If you have questions about anything that's happening, or if we're doing anything that you think we should improve, just put your hand up and let us know, okay? We're glad that you're here.
Did we miss Mr. Schmidt?
No, I don't think so. I haven't gotten to him yet. He's 25th.
We're at BOSI.
Oh, you're on a different order.
I'm on this little list
Okay,
here, so.
I got this other one from the email.
All right,
Okay.
next, so Mr. Yes,
One person that is not on this agenda, I would like to speak.
okay, and your last name?
Walter Bennett.
And were you not on this one?
No, I was not. I did not know about it. Had I known about it, I would have.
Okay, do you,
I've got something that I want to show you
okay,
pertains to all of the stations in the town of Falmouth.
okay,
Which is something I did for Chief Rogers way back when.
okay.
It's a
So
reason for
if
the
you,
committee, yeah.
yep,
Pardon?
if you want to, do you mind waiting so we can get through the interviews and then I'll have you come up? Is there?
Fine,
Okay,
that's fine.
yep. Okay. All right, next, for the interviews, we have, where am I? Joseph, yep. Vossi?
Close enough.
Voci? Sorry.
Thank you, folks. My name is Joe Bosi. Let's see, I grew up in Silver Beach in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Wound up moving here permanently 40 years or 35 years ago. Bought the property, the Wheeler Farm out in Hatchville, about as far away from here as you can get and still be within the limits of the town. And when I saw this advisory committee, I felt compelled to apply for the position for a couple of reasons. 20 years ago, we had a fire in our house, and the first responders were from Mashpee. 4 years ago, we had a medical issue. The first responder was a crew from Bourne. So obviously, I'm concerned about that section of town getting better services. We all pay the same taxes, and we deserve the same types of services. And I'd be willing to spend the time doing it. I'm a retired, happily retired businessman. We raised 4 kids. They're off of my payroll now. They're out on their own.
Don't say that on TV, you might draw them back.
Congratulations.
Yeah, knock on wood right there.
Door's closed.
Yeah.
So I have the time to put into it. I was in business, and primarily in the restoration business, dealing with fire, floods, water, and all that type of stuff for 35 years, and happily retired from that. So I do have the time to spend in it. I have some expertise in that area. I certainly know all the villages of the town. I'll be happy to help out whatever way I can.
Great, thank you.
very
Any
much.
questions?
No, I
Thank
think I
you very
understand.
much.
Very good.
Okay, Ms. Harlow Hawks?
Lori Harlow Hawks, West Falmouth. The reason I wanted to get on this committee, I'm familiar with the town. I feel that the entire town it's an issue with, and if there's anything I can do to make it so everyone gets the same services and the same protection and response times would be helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Hill? Okay. All right, next we have Mr. Taylor. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Selectmen. My name is Todd Taylor. I'm a resident of West Falmouth, retired firefighter. I served for the town of Falmouth for 37 years, and would like to continue to serve in this committee. I have not yet had a chance to serve in a committee for the town, and it's very important to me, important to my colleagues. I've only been retired for 2.5 years now, so I am concerned about their safety as well as all the safety of the citizens of the town.
Thank you.
Questions?
Any questions?
Oh, I already checked that box.
Okay. Thank you. Michael Duffany. Mr. Duffany, I saw you here. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, fellow Select Board. I applied, I was not one of the original applicants, but I've had an interest in this for quite some time. Years ago, I was a call firefighter here in West Falmouth, actually. So I have some limited background, and my big concern is response time. I did sit on the committee that Mark talked about that has a shovel-ready plan for a station that we probably won't build. But again, my concern was to try to do something that was the right thing for the town. So if I'm appointed, the Senior Center Committee is getting ready to unwind, so I'm going to have a little bit more time.
I don't know what
on
to
my
do with yourself. It's a
So,
compulsion, you can't help
apparently
yourself.
so anyways, I just appreciate the consideration. I also respect that there's a lot of qualified candidates in the room, and I don't think you can go wrong. I think you have a tough job ahead of you because there are so many qualified candidates, so thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Hanley, I think I saw you in the back. Come on up. Welcome.
Welcome, good evening. Matt Hanley, 710 Thomas B. Landers Road, West Falmouth. Well, it's really East Falmouth, that's what, you depend how you look at it. But, so I bring some diversity, practical experience, and some fresh eyes to this issue. I'm probably the youngest candidate that's put his name in the hat. But also diversity because of my neighborhood. You know, I'm a tradesperson, but I also, my practical experience is I actually have a company here in Falmouth that actually works on fire apparatus. I don't currently do any contract work for the town of Falmouth, so I don't have any allegiances to the town hall or the fire department. I really want to make sure this fire station is sited properly. My practical experience, in addition to working on fire apparatus, which gives me a better understanding of the proper siting of a station. You know, the type of equipment that's going to be coming out of the station, you have to think about capillary roads, you know, response times. If you're coming out of the station onto a small road, your response times aren't going to be what you need. So we need to pick on major roads, so that equipment can get maximum speeds safely for the firefighters, but also for the residents of Falmouth. But there's also going to be limiting factors. So we need to think about this when we site the station. My other practical experiences, I worked in Boston in the building trades. I was a construction supervisor. I managed $50 million projects. I did the restoration of the Boston Opera House. I did sections of the Big Dig, worked for Harvard, State House, Boston Commons, Trinity Church. So I saved the customer and my company millions of dollars by seeing roadblocks before they become a problem. So I can help this town and our residents and the taxpayer of this town have a proper station and make the most of our money. So, any questions?
Oh, that's a pretty good explanation.
Oh, one more thing is, as far as, I know you guys have been talking about volunteering, I might be new to the town of Falmouth volunteering, but I'm not new to volunteering. I've been volunteering in Guatemala and working with the Bomberos, which are the firefighters down there, and actually volunteered my time during the volcano eruption and did rescue and recovery in Guatemala to help the people down there.
Great.
So I am dedicated to this cause and the people.
Great.
Good, thank
Thank you very much. We have Mr. Haddad. I saw you here somewhere. Come on up.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you for having this committee for the citizens. It's much appreciated. All you know me. While I was printing out tonight's agenda, I was just looking at your mission statement, and one part really stuck out to me. Committed to engage in all segments of our diverse community and promoting town-wide consensus and unity of purpose. I think that's something I've tried to achieve as a resident of the town. I've been a town meeting member since '97. I'm sure not as long as some of these folks. As you know, I was on the Zoning Board of Appeals, my last as its chair. I had perfect attendance while I was on that board. All of you, I'm sure, including Mr. Suso, know how I conducted myself on that board with regards to the community, listening to their needs. Two of my fellow board members are here, and I'm sure they can attest to my teamwork, listening to everybody, their points of view, and coming up with a decision that was good for the community. I retired from the Barnstable County Sheriff's Office, but while I was there, besides being a deputy sheriff, I was also their fire safety officer. Prior to that, I was also a call firefighter like Mike, EMT, back in mid to late 80s, I think, under Chief Packish. I also served as a civilian dispatcher under Chief Sullivan, so I got to see how the inner workings of the fire department works.
And you still want to apply? No, I'm just kidding.
That's how I got the
Just
gray.
kidding, Chief.
I got the gray hair from that civilian dispatch. That's a nightmare job. If you've never seen it, it's a workout. I saw all operations of how the fire department works. Clearly not nearly as much as Alden and Todd. But lastly, I just want to say, I've lived on Blacksmith Shop Road up past the West Falmouth Fire Station. I saw how that station functioned. I also own a business that operates off Thomas B. Landers, and I currently went back to my roots. I live in East Falmouth, just off Sandwich Road, down John Parker, which I just saw is going to be closed for a little bit. So I think that's unique to anyone here. I can see all those different areas of town that need addressing for a fire station, so hopefully you pick me, and I'd be more than happy to chair that board if you do pick it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions? No? Okay. Let's see, where am I on the list?
Stephen Catton, 19.
Okay. Mr. Catton? Did I say it wrong? Catton, yeah, yes. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name's Stephen Catton, live in Hatchville, and again, fairly new, like just a few of the applicants here. I was lucky enough to marry a local girl, and we've just moved back down here about 4 years ago after a stint up in New Hampshire. So obviously, I've had no experience, no opportunity to volunteer for any committee work here in Falmouth. But when I saw this opportunity, I thought it would be one that would suit me well to get involved into the community and hopefully grow from there. My background is, like the chief from Bridgewater here, also in the fire service. I just retired from a very similar town at Salem, New Hampshire. As a shift commander captain, I was a paramedic as well. So like a lot of these fine gentlemen here have a very good working knowledge of the fire service, the needs of the community. The department up there ran a very similar operation to how Falmouth runs. I realize I'm brand new again, but I think one of the advantages to that is I can bring a kind of a fresh set of eyes into this issue. We know I attended the school meeting, and we know that this can be a very emotional issue for a lot of people, and rightly so, rightly so. So perhaps I could provide a little bit more of an objective and analytical view on the situation, knowing that this committee is here to serve the entire town, whether it's making recommendations on one station or two stations, however that might be. And I also think it's really important to stay focused on mission for this committee, which is really just to look at the data that's going to be brought to us from the research that's been done, look at site feasibility, and make an objective decision on how to best allocate resources that we have to do the most good to the most amount of people in the community. You know, without getting bogged down into details on specific construction, or certainly not into department operations, which is the fire chief's job. So I present that to you, just really looking for an opportunity, and this caught my eye because of my background, to get established in some type of a community service here.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Catton?
No more questions. I think we're good. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a huge thank you to everyone for filling these applications out really with a lot of detail, and some folks providing resumes. It's helpful to have that background information. Next, we have Mr. DeMello. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Board. My name's Mike DeMello. I was born and raised in Falmouth, lived here all my life. I, like my father before me, am a retiree of the Falmouth Fire Department. I have a little bit of a knowledge how it works and operates. I bring a little bit of construction, excavation work, skills to the table. It's my first time applying for any position or committee in the town. My concern is, as Mr. Taylor before me, safety of my fellow firefighters and safety of the entire town of Falmouth, not just one village or another village, the entire town. And I live over in East Falmouth on Hayway Road. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. DeMello?
Nope. I know Mike, he's a good man.
Pretty sure we're cousins, so. There's a lot of DeMellos. There's a lot in that original family. Next is Michael Stewart. Welcome.
So I know my penmanship is horrible, so
That was
I
all
did,
right.
make something that might be a little easier for you to read.
Yes.
Good evening, my name is Michael Stewart. Thank you for this opportunity. I am a 17-year taxpayer in this town, but I only recently moved full-time as a resident about 2.5 years ago. But I'm from a town that's very similar to Falmouth. In fact, it's only 3 letters different. It's Weymouth. But it has a lot of the same problems. It's a very large town. It has a lot of different communities, North Weymouth, South Weymouth. I always told people that I was from Weymouth, not from East Weymouth or Weymouth Heights or anything like that. But while I was at Weymouth, I had 5 children, and I raised them, and I did manage to get them all out of the house. But one of my children, when she was 1 year old, had a seizure, and we had to airlift her to Children's Hospital. So I know the importance of a good response time. But while I lived in Weymouth, I also wanted to give back. And I was chairman of the Fair Housing Commission in Weymouth. I was also chairman or co-chair of a school building committee, and Weymouth has representative town meeting, much like Falmouth. I was also a town meeting member. So even though I'm new and I don't have the firefighting experience that it seems like a lot of applicants do here, I do have a real estate and insurance background that I think would also help with the siting of a new station. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Stewart? Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Raber. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and the rest of the board. My name's Kurt Raber, and I'm a proud resident of the town of Falmouth for 24 years. I live with my wife and currently 2 kids, trying to get them out of the house. Some other people have been successful, but
We won't take points off for that.
I'm volunteered here in town in Little League and lacrosse, but I've not yet had an opportunity to volunteer on a board or a committee. However, I have lots of experience presenting in front of boards and committees. I too am an architect, and I've designed and overseen the construction of 7 fire stations, and seen a couple designs through. I'm familiar with response time, computer programming, and analysis. And I'm very, very confident that I could help pick a suitable site for 1 or more fire stations as I do that on a day-to-day basis. I've worked on not less than 40 municipal projects, so I'm very familiar with land disposition and Chapter 149, construction and design. I think I'd be a valuable member to this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Mr. Raber?
I think you hit all the high notes.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Keefe?
Brian Keefe, East Falmouth, and almost a lifelong resident of Falmouth, except for the few years that I lived in from Boston to go to school and stayed up there for work for a few additional years. I mentioned that because that gave me some good experience in terms of that work effort that I was working on. Originally went to pharmacy school, worked in pharmacy contracting, then went into pharmacy supply chain. And I mentioned that because supply chain analytics has a lot of similarities to some of the questions that I've heard around this conversation in terms of assets available, asset demand, and transit time and moving them across. So with that, I'm actually currently working as a data analyst with Population Health Management. Again, that's not directly related to emergency preparedness or first responder, but again, there's geospatial analytics that go into that. There's large data trends that go into it. So that brings me to familiarity with the specific tools that might be, that we could possibly leverage from business intelligence, Tableau, integration services, and different tools that might be available. With that, what specifically drew me to this committee was knowing that we have a lot of our different departments and areas in our town that could use some help. And if we don't get this one right, then we're taking things out of sequence. So it's really important to get this, to focus on this one, to get it right, to take the right data elements, make sure that they're analyzed in the right way, and we come away with a decision that everyone can agree is best for the town. In terms of my other experience, volunteer service, I am a town meeting member representing Precinct 4. I'm also on the Rules and Procedures Committee and specifically served on the subcommittee that brought the electronic voting response system to our town meeting. So I'm familiar with the overall process, familiar with what it takes to get that in front of town meeting and get it approved. And with that, it's a little bit serendipitous that the Boy Scouts are here today. I also do a lot of volunteer work with the Scouts as well. I am a Scout leader for Pack 39. Every once in a while, I've met with the Troop 38 and other units in town. So it was X number of years ago that I stood at the back of the room here for the same reason. So it's pretty cool to see these guys here today. I'm happy to put my name forward and show these guys that if you stick with it, that you can do some good things in the town. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Keith? Okay.
Any questions? I'm sorry.
Nope, I think, thank you. Mr. Schmidt? Oh, there he is. Welcome.
Hi, Edward Schmidt. I live in, technically, my mailing address is East Falmouth, but I'm in the northwest corner of what's really Hatchville. I'm very familiar with the town, having served on the Conservation Commission for 10 years, making lots and lots of interesting site visits. Also worked on the Community Preservation Committee. I'm currently serving on the something called CRAC without the K, CRAC, the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee. So I've been around a little bit. I responded to the call for help when initial response was slow. Put my name in. I said, that's something that sounds interesting. I think I can do it. I think I can make a difference. That said, I've been listening to all the other candidates here tonight, and I think you have a very successful meeting here. You got a wealth of very talented people. I particularly like to see some people with firefighting experience here. Their experience is really worth a lot. They know what it's all about. We've also seen some fresh new faces, and I think that's encouraging also. Myself, I have a little problem in that I'm not available till the month of April. Okay. And you want a committee that's going to hit the ground running, that's an issue you should know about. Nevertheless, I can and will do the job, but there are other alternatives. I will say, whether you appoint me or not, I'll be active in providing input and suggestion and the best of my ideas. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Schmidt? No. Okay, great. And the last person that we have, she's not present, Miss Riggs Corrigan, but we do have her application, and we can see that what her interest is, and her she lives halfway between the Knoll, or she lives in the Knoll, so halfway between current west and north. Executive Director of Bourne Financial Development Corporation, and she has had multiple membership on boards and committees, and has been a taxpayer for 29 years, so, and has available any amount of time required as she is retired. Okay. So we can consider her tonight, even though she isn't back till March 16th. Okay. I haven't forgotten about you, Mr. Bennett. I think we're gonna vote on these, and then we'll get whatever information you wanna share. So,
Can't believe the quality of the committee that we have ahead of us. I
Agreed.
thought this was going to be hard. I didn't realize it was going to be this hard. Some information that I got tonight that just is really stunning me with, no matter who we appoint, we're going to have a fantastic committee.
Could I make
I
a-
also want to reiterate how impressed I am with some of the new faces that are coming forward with their fire safety experience and the quality of knowledge they have about placement of fire buildings.
so if I can I just wanna, we are looking at something in front of us that I think is helpful, and I'm just gonna read it out so that, oh, go ahead, Sam.
Can I just ride on what Doug was just saying? I think you heard Ed Schmidt say that he would stay involved even if he weren't appointed to this committee. Remember, this is an open committee, so those of you that have expertise, you certainly come and add to the deliberation of the committee. So don't feel like if you're not selected, you're out of this decision process. You can still contribute.
This is why this board wanted it to be a Board of Selectmen appointed committee, so they would have to post public meetings, take minutes, and take public comment and really deliberate in an open fashion, so that everybody can kind of share their thoughts and weigh in. So I just wanna, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If you have something pertinent before, it's fine. I was just gonna comment on my initial suggestion. but
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to make sure, because people aren't seeing what we're seeing, which I think is helpful. I'm just gonna go through the villages and just list the people who are from each village, so people have in their mind the fact that the goal is to get some kind of across-the-board representation. So from West Falmouth, we have Alden Cook, Oliver Eggleston, Mark Lowenstein, Michael Halen, Maury Harlow Hawks, Todd Taylor. In North Falmouth, Dan Mahoney, Patricia Johnson, Michael Stewart, Sally Riggs Corrigan. Under Falmouth, Charles Olson. Under East Falmouth, Wayne Lingefelter, Michael Duffany, David Haddad, Matthew Hanley, Mike DeMello, Kurt Raber, Brian Keefe, and Ed Schmidt. T-Ticket, we have Mark Finneran, George Rogers. Under Hatchville, we have Patricia Favuli, John Vossi? Joe Vossi, and Stefan Catton. And we don't have anyone right now for Woods Hole or for Walk White specifically. Okay, so just so that people can have an idea of where everyone is? Yes.
Precinct 2.
I know, you are under T-Ticket for some reason. I guess because everyone associates you with Trotting Park Road, that's why.
Yeah, well, I changed it, and I've actually lived there for the last 3 years.
Okay. So you would really be under Falmouth, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so with that being said, let's start with just kind of having a discussion, whatever people want to bring up, and then we can go forward and try and do nominations in sort of the least messy way that we can, so.
Sure, so just as a general premise, I'm really valuing highly, because it's so hard to weigh folks' experience, direct information and experience about firefighting process, time, rescue included as well. So I think that that's one of the things that, where you can really synthesize a lot of information and translate it in a way that the general public can understand it. And so when folks come to the committee, they can kind of sift through that really specifically and directly. And the second thing that I'm valuing is kind of ability to move forward with committee agendas so that there is a quick process and we finish the analysis in a relatively short period of time. And as to folks who kind of explained that they were, kind of new volunteers, I think that that's actually a plus, because we really always want to look at, ideas that are, that we haven't heard before. I think the whole committee would appreciate that. So those are just the general
Things that you're
general
thinking
things.
about.
And
Okay, Doug, and then Doug?
Before we start talking about people, I guess the other question we did have is trying to get village representation from the other villages. And the fact that we don't have anyone from Woods Hole and McQuaid, I'm okay with just using the people we have and not trying to hold any spots for the other villages. We've been trying to get people for a while, and I would just say, let's go with the 9 people tonight is my suggestion.
Agreed.
I would agree. I think that we really extended the time for that reason, and if the interest just isn't there, people have had more than enough time and a lot of publicity. So.
And it's not surprising that there's a lot more people from East Falmouth. Geographically, East Falmouth is probably
large,
bigger than
yeah.
the rest of the town,
good point.
which is kind of crazy. So I would like to start off by suggesting that we appoint all 5 of the retired firefighters to begin with, and then work through the other 4.
I
So,
would be more comfortable going one by one.
Yes,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
agree with you.
All right.
but we can take all of, if you want to take all of your, if you want to do your nominations, so if you want to start with your first,
Okay, well, I'll start with Todd Taylor first then.
okay? Any
Second?
any further conversation? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Alden Cook.
Second?
Second that.
Okay. I'm just also trying to, the other thing I think it's helpful to balance, and we definitely don't have as many female applicants, but I think it's to me, it's gonna be important to have kind of a broad spectrum, both in terms of what we're talking about with experience, new volunteers versus past volunteers, but also I think we have only a couple of female applicants, so.
Those are my next couple of nominees,
Okay.
if you let me keep talking.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to put out my, all right, so we have a motion and a second for Alden Cook. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to move Maury Harlow-Hawks.
Okay. Second? Any questions about that? Just noting that that will then be, if she's voted, that's in 3 folks from West Falmouth,
Yes.
just so we know, okay?
I think she's too busy. I just want to explain my nay vote.
All right, all those in favor? Sorry, did I have a second? I seconded.
Yeah.
You did.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we might, that one doesn't pass for now. I might need
I'd
to
like
return to
to,
it.
from North Falmouth,
Yeah.
nominate Patricia Johnson.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second Patricia.
Okay. All those in favor of Patricia Johnson?
Aye.
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 Okay, From North Falmouth, I'd like to nominate Dan Mahoney.
Second?
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
So what are we at now?
We're at 5 people now.
I'd like to nominate Mike Duffany from East Falmouth.
Second?
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are you an aye?
Aye,
Sister-
sorry,
okay.
sorry, I was counting.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate George Rogers from T-Ticket.
I'll
Second.
that. Well, I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to nominate Mark Finneran from Falmouth. I guess it's Falmouth, right?
Guess I'd second that. Seems
Okay.
pretty interested.
Yep, if I can just talk to my choice for a moment. I think Mark and I don't always see eye to eye on things, but he's really cared about this issue for a long time. I've seen Mark work on Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and he is very good at sort of hearing people out, and I think can be someone who will help to move the agenda forward, so. Okay. You seconded?
I did.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Where are we at?
I'll nominate Stefan Catton.
Second?
Is that? Yep, okay, from Hatchville.
What's our number now, total?
How many do we have now? Because I have a lot of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be 8,
Okay.
okay? So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I would-
I'd like to move
Oh.
Pat Favuli.
I second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Is that 9?
That's 9.
Okay. Wow, that went really fast. 1, 2, 3, 4.
2, 2, 2.
Is that,
One,
are you
one,
sure
two.
that's 9? 1,
It's
2,
pretty well
3, 4,
distributed.
5, 6, 7.
3 2s and 1 3 1s.
Okay.
Do you want to announce
we have
them all?
2, yes. So from West Falmouth, Alden Cook and Todd Taylor. From North Falmouth, Dan Mahoney and Patricia Johnson. From Falmouth, Mark Finneran. From East Falmouth, we had Mike Duffany. Right?
Yes.
And, okay.
T-Ticket.
From T-Ticket, George Rogers. From Hatchville, Patricia Favuli and Stephen Catton. Okay, so thank you. Pardon?
Mr. Bennett, you want to?
Yes, and I'll get to Mr. Bennett. So thank you to everyone. Again, just a reminder that these meetings are going to be open. We expect this committee, as soon as they get started, to hold these meetings so that folks can weigh in as you have weighed in at our other hearings. So thank you to everyone. For folks who are first applicants, there'll be other, if we ever get to the process where we're building a fire station, we usually have a committee for big projects like that, so there'll be more work to do. So thank you for your interest and any, yep.
Madam Chair, can we just mention to those that have just been appointed that I believe, just want to make sure we have an email address with your application for those 9 that were successfully appointed. If not, if you can get those to the manager's office in the morning. And also, you'll be receiving, as soon as we get all the emails, a communication about a suggested initial meeting date so you can get organized.
Great, thank you. Yes, Mr.
Can I
Schmidt?
suggest you put the report that's been done, put that online so we can access it?
Yes, we will. Yes, definitely. I'm just realizing that we have 7:30 hearings and it's 7:35. Public hearing. So thank you to everyone. Public hearing, application for transfer of an all-alcoholic club license, entertainment license, and, pardon? I'm gonna get to Mr. Bennett. I just have to,
Okay.
I have to do the public hearings, because that's when they're noted. And pledge of license, Green Pond Yacht Club LLC, DBA Green Pond Yacht Club, 366 Minot Road, East Falmouth.
You actually have the flexibility to do it later. It just can't be earlier.
Okay. Is anyone here for that application?
Thank you.
I'm just, yeah, I know.
We're gonna have a pause.
Yep, I'm just gonna, take a 1-minute break so we can let folks come on out if you can.
I'm gonna let
Welcome back. Thank you, Mr. Clower. I'm just gonna get the application in front of us. Did anyone have any questions?
Nope, it's the same thing we did once before.
Yep. All the paperwork that was presented was in order.
I guess
Close the hearing?
I guess if the attorney would explain to me exactly what's going on, because we're
Yeah.
transferring from the same, one person to the same person.
Sort of.
We can take testimony.
I'd be happy to elaborate. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney with Ament Clower Law Firm here in Falmouth, and I represent the applicant, Green Pond Yacht Club LLC. I'm here tonight with Kevin B. Harrington Jr. Mr. Harrington is currently the manager of record for the liquor license held by Green Pond Yacht Club, Inc. What we're doing here is transferring from Green Pond Yacht Club, Inc. to Green Pond Yacht Club LLC, which are two separate entities. Mr. Harrington recently purchased the real property and the related ventures at the site, but the restaurant's been leased back to the previous owner, of which Mr. Harrington is the current manager for the liquor license permit, but he'd like the license to be transferred to his entity so that he may begin restaurant operations on his own behalf.
So the manager's staying the same, but the owner is switching from the manager to the owner also.
That's correct.
I understand now.
Okay. Any other questions? I didn't actually read the hearing, so I probably should read that notice, right? Let me just officially read the notice, okay? Liquor license hearing. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that Green Pond Yacht Club LLC DBA Green Pond Yacht Club has applied for a transfer of an all-alcoholic club license and entertainment license located at 366 Minot Road, East Falmouth, Mass. Application has also been made for a pledge of license to Main Street Bank, Green Pond Realty Trust. A hearing will be held in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall on Monday, February 10th, 2020 at 7:30 PM on the above application. Publication date Friday, January 31st, 2020, Falmouth Enterprise. Okay. Do I have a motion? I think, Mr. Patterson, you had a motion. Or any further, did you have further discussion? I was gonna ask you, any further
No,
questions?
No, I wanted to leave an opportunity for testimony from citizens, that's all.
Okay. Is there anyone here who wants to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who wants to speak in opposition?
Move we close the hearing,
Second.
All those in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
and I move approval of the transfer of liquor license.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great night, guys.
Okay, thank you, you too. Okay, our next hearing is application for new all-alcohol common victor license, thank you. Moto Pizza, Falmouth LLC DBA Moto Pizza, 500 Walkway Highway, East Falmouth. Welcome, welcome back. Let me just read the notice hearing as you're coming up. Liquor license hearing. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that Moto Pizza, Falmouth LLC DBA Moto Pizza has applied for a new all-common a new all-alcohol common victular license to be exercised at 500 Waquite Highway, East Falmouth. Hearing will be held in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall on Monday, February 10th, 2020 at 7:30 on the above application. Publication date, Falmouth Enterprise, January 31st, 2020. Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Albert DiNapoli. With me is Dante Del Grosso, who is the main owner and the manager of record. We've been before you before when there was going to be a transfer of the liquor license. Unfortunately, the previous owner didn't do the transfer papers in November, so there was no liquor license to transfer, so we had to go back to square one somewhat. The ABCC is holding everything for us up there in the package, but we had to come through this process again for the application for a new license. So we're here before you, and I have the abutters notices, and Phyllis also wanted a copy of the certificate of liability.
We can take those and get those to Phyllis. Yep.
No problem.
Mr. Johnson-Staub can take those. Thank you. We do recall you were before us a while ago. Any questions, Mr. Jones?
I guess we do have to look at this as a new license. I guess I'm unclear as to where the alcohol is going to be stored, how it's going to be served. Why is all alcohol as opposed to beer and wine, which I think would be more in keeping with a fast food pizzeria place than all alcohol.
There was an all-alcohol license. There was an all-alcohol license at this location before.
I know, but we have to treat it as a new license
I
because
understand. I just wanted to add that to the record.
That was our purpose for going with that license.
And as to the, we're looking at your sort of schematic of the building. Can you just tell us, one of the things that we always inquire about is where is the alcohol going to be stored, and where is that service taking place? So,
We have the display area there that has 2 bottle coolers that are lockable bottle coolers right there, and that's it. There's only, it's not a seating area, that display area. There's a little bit of a bar with about 4 bar stools there that would be served, but
okay.
it's fast casual, so they would come to the counter and get their beverage.
So as far as the all, what will you be serving? Will there be an all, is there kind of a bar set up behind there with, drinks beyond wine and beer?
Yeah, there will be a few, it's very limited.
Right,
A lot of
small.
what we do is limited. So we'll have a few select beers, we'll have a few select wines, and then we'll have a few drinks that don't require a lot of mixing. We won't be carrying a full bar. So it'll just be specialty cocktails, a few to choose from, and that's it.
And who are your servers?
Well, we don't have a license yet, but we have multiple employees that are of age to serve.
And will they be tip certified?
Yes, I have the tip certification, so does my wife.
But each server will need to have that as well, right?
Correct, yes.
But you won't be having underage employers also as cashiers?
We have underage employees, but they primarily work in the kitchen.
Okay, but not as cashiers?
Correct.
Any other questions about this particular license?
So do you order drinks at the counter, or do they bring them to the seat?
You would order them at the counter. We don't have any table service. We do bring out hot food to put at the table, but we don't tend to the tables.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I would certainly have been much more comfortable with this establishment being a malt and liquor than all alcohol, but I understand the applications can,
It was supposed to
continue
be a
as they were
transfer.
before.
Mhm.
But I do worry about all alcohol, what it can, it's hard for us to then limit in the future. And it does allow very different kind of serving than what I think they're I think they probably even want to do.
Mhm.
I don't think they're talking about having a full bar, but once we approve the application, there's nothing we can do to stop it from become a full bar.
Can you tell us about how you operate? You have other locations, I believe, right?
I have one other, yeah.
And how's that run?
That is primarily takeout, so it's only 600 square feet.
So this is a bit of a new venture for you?
Correct, yes.
How many tables do you have?
We have 8 tables, and we have a wall bar that, at the window, the front
Mhm.
window, it seats 6, and we have our little, looks more like an espresso bar than, a traditional bar that seats 4 at the counter.
And you'll be the manager of record?
Yes.
And so you're aware, this is just, one that we ask every time, that anything having to do with serving of alcohol, you are the one who's gonna be responsible for it, and you'll be the one who'll come to say, why was this person served when they should not have been?
Correct, yes.
Any other questions? Any one here who wants to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who wants to speak in opposition to this application?
We close the hearing?
Second.
All those in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, do I have a motion?
Approval of the license.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Can't wait to try it.
Thank you. Good luck.
Okay. Back to our summary of actions. Vote to approve shellfish aquaculture license, Matthew Weeks, for 4.99 acre area, in waters, I think it should say, Nantucket Sound, offshore of Washburn Island. Welcome, how are you?
Good, thank you.
This is your first time here, right, for this?
Yeah, first time this week.
What do you know about aquaculture?
Time this week.
Great, I know this is kind of going along in the process, so, did anyone have any questions for,
I just
on
got
this
very
document?
confused on the documentation as to the different kind of species of the, I'm not sure it's all that important and relevant, but can you give me a 30-second thumbnail sketch as to what that was all about?
The species will be growing on the site, or the,
Oh, it was discussion as to whether these really were the species they were talking about, or,
as a subspecies they've discovered in our waters here of surf clams.
that they weren't expecting to be
Right, there
in this
used to be,
area, but
they used to be further south, but they've come north now.
is that a good thing?
Well, for me, it's good, I guess.
So it's better to harvest and better to feel, I mean, it's
Yeah,
something.
they grow better in warmer waters, and I think they're more likely to be successful for culture.
Great.
Any other questions about this?
Is that the only change from when we saw you last year?
No, I decreased the size
Oh,
of
that's right.
the site. It was 7.5 acres, I decreased it to 4.99, and I received approvals for the 7.5 acres from all the agencies. But when it came time to pay the nature species fee, they wanted $2,000 if it was over 5 acres, so I just decreased it to 4.99. It would have been the same determination, it was just the way their fee schedule goes.
Gotta sell a few clams and then expand?
Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna do another 4.99 next time.
Any other questions or concerns or thoughts about this? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the license?
So moved.
Second?
This is an official hearing, though, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry, is it? No, it's not under public hearings, no.
No, it's summary of action
We
license.
had a hearing last year.
Oh,
We had, we already did the hearing.
Last year, okay.
Yeah,
Right,
this is
it's
the,
just to approve the license.
Great.
You want to vote?
yes, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, great.
Good luck.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good
I
night.
keep asking you for samples and you just never do it, but.
No, it can't be.
No, they can't be, that's right. All right, great. Next, we have application for a change of hours for an all-alcoholic common victual license, East End Tap, Inc., DBA East End Tap, 734 T-Ticket Highway, East Falmouth. Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Pendleton, owner, manager. I don't know if there's any information, how much you need, but what we are requesting is today we open at 11:30 on Saturday, and Sunday we open at noon. And we are requesting that we open at 10 a.m. To accommodate a brunch, so we can open earlier and catch people coming out of church and catch people early on the way to the beach in the summertime, and just the opportunity in that side of town that we think that it's something that everybody could use. So that's the request.
Okay.
Anyone have any questions?
Will there be a shrimp in the Bloody Mary?
There is. I almost brought a Bloody Mary menu for you, but I didn't.
I would move approval of the change of hours.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great,
Great.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Look
glad
forward to
that
seeing
the-
you all.
Moving along, that's great, thank you. Okay, under administrative orders, vote to accept FY 20 Barnstable County Substance Abuse Prevention Collaborative Grant in the amount, excuse me, of $2,000. Do we have anyone here for this generous donation?
I move approval.
Second?
If I can just, before we vote it, let me just read what it says. This is from Chief Dunn. Dear Board of Selectmen, the Human Services Department has applied for the 2020 Barnstable County SAPC grant, and the application has been approved. The town has been designated to receive state grant funds in the amount of $2,000 to be expended on tote bags and officer overtime for 7 scheduled hidden in plain sight events. So just a reminder that this is the trailer that they have worked really hard on that has a model bedroom to really educate parents, caregivers, grandparents on where young people might have the substances that they're using, so people can be more aware of that. And so this is to facilitate some of that taking place. Okay. Any questions?
No, very thankful for the donation.
Yes. Okay. I have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, vote to authorize town council to prepare appropriate answers to interrogatories in the case of Dundalis v. Falmouth Board of Selectmen, and further authorize the town manager to sign said answers. Any questions on that? We know that this is an ongoing case. We have to move forward and authorize town manager to represent the town accordingly. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Vote authorization to allow the school superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority a statement of interest form for T-Ticket School. And I see our superintendent. I saw you sneak in somewhere. I don't know if you wanted to speak to this. It's pretty straightforward. But if you just want to come up and just let folks know what this would be for.
Good evening, everyone. One of
Say your name, there might be somebody that doesn't know you.
I know, I don't know, because you've been to every event, but just in case.
I thought Megan introduced. Hi, I'm Lori Durham, the superintendent of Falmouth Public Schools. We do need a roof replacement for the T-Ticket School, and one of the processes first is to begin asking the state if there's any support from that area. So that's the first statement. They need a statement from the Board of Selectmen and a statement from the school committee in order to submit. We're asking you tonight and asking the school committee tomorrow night just to be in support. This is absolutely no guarantee that we'll get any support financial from the state, but it's just a process that we need to go through.
Can't get it if we don't at least
Yes,
ask, so.
exactly.
Yeah, I think
Thank you.
I heard you say just for a new roof, not a new school.
New roof. Did I say school?
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear the roof in it. I just didn't hear
I
the
want to be
roof in
very
it.
clear, it's just the roof on the
We're just
T-Ticket
asking for
school.
money for a new school. We're pretty sure that they're gonna give it to us. but-
Yes.
Do you know if this is a new form that we've had to do? Because I've never
I've never seen this
before.
but Maybe
but
have we
it-
not applied to this grant before?
Maybe, I mean, for the School Building Authority, we certainly have,
Yeah.
but maybe not in the past 8 years.
No, but we have applied.
Something we have not encountered before.
We have applied for roof replacement under this
Certainly.
program,
Yeah.
so it's not a.
No, I've just never seen this form before.
Agreed. Well,
Maybe it's a new one.
Do I have a motion?
So move to approve it.
Second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you, Dr. Dewar, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bennett, before we get into the second big chunk of our business tonight, if you wanted to come up and just share some information. It's not on, well, we do have we have been talking a lot about fire stations, so I just want to keep it somewhat tight because it's not, you're not on our agenda.
I know that.
Okay.
I understand that, and I appreciate the time you give me.
Yep, we are talking about the presentation from the consultant, so I'll let you, if you want to go ahead and just,
I'm not gonna use the mic.
you have to only because, well, if at least you got to be close enough to it, so.
Well, I'm not gonna be able to, I'm not gonna be able to see this then. Okay, all right. Turn that up this way. All right. What I did for Chief Rogers, God bless him, was to draw a 3-mile radius from each central fire station in the town of Falmouth, okay? And you can see the dots up here and down here and over here where they are. And this is a 3-mile radius here. That's a 3-mile radius from Station 2 in Woods Hole. Which I also did the floor plan on that. I was given permission to do that, which pleased me much. This is Station 3, or 4 rather, which is the one we're interested in right now. You can see that this area here is quite large. You got 6 miles from center point right here. All right, so if you close that station, 0. If North Falmouth is on a run, you got nothing between Bourne and Main Street, Falmouth. Consider that. Keep that in your mind, because I'm concerned about it very much. I'm not worried about it for me. I'm worried about it for these folks that live over here and pay your taxes and salaries. So just bear that in mind,
Thank
if you
you.
would, please.
We will. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consider this as part of public comment, so I'm going to
Sure.
ask the board not to respond to Mr. Bennett, but
Nope.
it's appropriate that he can present this under public comment because we're not talking about specifically closing the West Falmouth Station on the agenda tonight, so.
I understand
Yep.
that.
Yep. Great,
But it is in consideration,
great, thank you.
all right?
Appreciate it.
The other thing I want to bring up is that that station could have two pieces of apparatus in it. Because when North Falmouth is out, West Falmouth is over in East Falmouth. You got nothing. What I'm saying to you is, if you have an engine and an ambulance at Station 4, which means you have to build another bay, bigger, wider, and higher, but it can still be the same configuration of the station that's there now, using the same material. All right, so just please keep that in mind.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That's my 2 cents.
Good, thanks.
Valuable 2 cents, we appreciate it, thank you. All right, next we have presentation by our, the consultant on the fire station location study. Oh,
Is there more public comment?
about, did you, well, we had public comment, but
When was the public comment?
at the beginning,
What time did you start?
at 6.
Well, the agenda,
It was posted for 6. But if you want to come up, Mr. Neto, give me. Okay, well, come on up.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
And if you have a public comment, go ahead. Seems like the agenda maybe was,
Well, they're saying that this, I guess,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because we've moved everything around.
Yep.
We'll make an exception.
I'd like to start at 6 all the time.
Mr. Neto, go right ahead.
Madam Chairman and the Board of Selectmen, thank you very much for, I had saw the agenda and stayed home for a couple of days instead of going north, so I appreciate the time. I'm here as a 72-year resident of East Falmouth to ask you, as a Board of Selectmen, to resolve the issue of the West Falmouth Fire Station before we go to town meeting. I think that this issue that's before the town of public safety is being jeopardized to the citizens of West Falmouth is a concern to all of us in Falmouth. I come here tonight to plead with you because it's, as I read the charter, it's your elected responsibility to set policy, as Selectman Mustafa many times reminded me that that was the chief concern of your responsibility under the charter. I have all the respect for the selected individuals which have said that the station has to close. They're selected by you. I elect you and the voters of the town of Falmouth elect you. And I feel it's your responsibility to set the policy. And it's interesting to keep that station open. It's interesting as I listen to the people applying for the committee, a couple of them mentioned that all the people, all the citizens of the town of Falmouth should be protected equally. It's ironic that Mr. Bennett, I had no knowledge of what that map, I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. And the study that he did, nothing's changed. Falmouth hasn't changed in the 72 years I've lived in East Falmouth. Falmouth is a town made up of villages. You heard somebody from Weymouth. He said he never said he was from this section. Well, I tell people I'm from East Falmouth. I'm proud of that. Each and every village of Falmouth has its uniqueness. But there is no village that should have less services starting July 1st. The contract that you people negotiated and signed does not close that station.
Thank you. You're at a little bit over 2
Yeah,
minutes. So.
Thank you. It's not the contract. It's an administrative decision that you people have the elected responsibility to protect those citizens of West Falmouth. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we hear from you folks, ma'am, if you want to come up, if you were here for public comment as well, we did take things out of order, so come right up.
Thank you very much. My name is Lilia Franton, and I live at 114 Old Main Road in North Falmouth Village, and I'm also a new Precinct 5 town meeting member. I'm here representing a group of concerned citizens, and for the past few months, I've been working and receiving a lot of help from the Traffic Advisory Committee regarding a traffic safety issue at the intersection of Palmer Avenue and Main Street at the Village Green. Probably most of us know that area because it's a little confusing as the area near the Bank of America. I have a sketch of a proposal that I've made to the Traffic Advisory Committee, and they thought it was a good one, and that was also with the DPW. And they passed it on to the state because now we're getting our Main Street worked on, and they thought that it was a good time possibly for something to be done. So just in very briefly, I know you're all very busy. It proposes a cobblestone or some physical median triangle with proper signage with a stop line, where Palmer Street drivers need to turn left to get onto Main Street. And then also a sign facing Main Street drivers, which asks them and reminds them to use their turn signals so that as they either go to the right, which would be continuing on Main Street, or left on Main Street, right on Palmer Avenue, that it would give a clear indication to all of the drivers where people are going. And I'm going to give you a copy of the little proposal, the sketch that I made, and it's also been, as I say, approved with the Traffic Advisory Committee and passed on to the state DOT. And I also have a very informal petition with about 27 people who are both residents of the town and also who are visitors, basically at the Village Green.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we'll take that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Okay. Anyone else that had public comment who might have missed it? Okay. Welcome, gentlemen. Please come on up and introduce yourselves.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Selectmen, Administrator, and other distinguished members. My name is Dr. Tim McGrath. I'm the CEO of McGrath Consulting. We're a public sector consulting company. We have clients in 37 states and about 400 municipalities. We were hired by the town to do a fire station analysis, and we'll give a very brief description of that today or this evening. We know that you've had a very long meeting. To start with, the members, as I was a project manager, Chief Mikowski, we flew him in from Florida, and I've heard nothing but complaints because you've had rain, but he's here today.
The risk he takes.
Which was really the lead consultant. The bottom one was something unique. As we did our data analysis using GIS mapping, we found that we needed to be more advanced in your study than we were. So we went out and we kind of raised the bar, and we think that that's going to pay some pretty big dividends. I'm going to use the figure of why 4 minutes, and I just want to explain this so there's a lot of confusion. First of all, if you look at NFPA standards, the one that would affect you is NFPA 1710. It is non-mandatory. But in the event of a firefighter's death or a significant event, it becomes a double-edged sword because you're going to have more 3- and 4-letter agencies here than you've ever seen. Unfortunately, we just lived that with one of my consultants who lost his deputy chief in an explosion on the fire scene. So years ago, going back when I had to hook up the horses, it took some time for things to burn. The construction was different. But today, because of the toxicity of the products that are in there, they not only burn faster, but they burn a lot more toxic. So when we say 4 minutes, we have to put it in perspective. It's 60 seconds for dispatch to get the call, process it, and notify the fire department. It's 60 to 80 seconds for the fire department to respond. 60 seconds on EMS, 80 seconds on fire. And then a 90% time they should be able to arrive within 4 minutes. So when you hear the 4 minutes and the different things, put it into a proper perspective, because we know traffic, weather, we know a lot of things definitely affect that. Let's face it, the preponderance of what you do, most fire departments today are EMS departments. And that's where their resources need to go. I think in your case, you were 79-something%, almost 80% was EMS. We got copious information from your chief. I applaud him for the amount of information he gave us. And we would say that, again, between citizen CPR, which is fantastic, and automatic external defibrillators really have made a world of difference, okay? So what we're saying is, if help does not arrive, if they don't do something within 10 minutes, your chances of survival from a coronary or something of that nature are pretty reduced. Going to turn this over to Don so that he can explain the mapping.
So the mapping here, like Dr. McGrath had talked about, is a little bit different, and it's using a software called Esri. And so we couldn't get into the report and cover all of it in the short amount of time that we...
Push this over a little bit for you.
In the short amount of time that we have. So what I want to do is just focus in on the maps, and so you can understand how the maps are created. So when you go back and you read that report, or the committee comes back and looks at it, you have a better understanding of what these maps are actually saying. Because it's a classic example of a map telling the story, right? So on this particular map, it's just looking at travel time. And so this map is generated simply by using the U.S. Department of Transportation posted speed limits. It does not factor in any congestion that you would have from any traffic for seasonal times of years or commuter traffic or anything like that. This is just the traffic posted through the U.S. Department of Transportation. So what's interesting here is you see as obviously the greens are all good colors. As it's going yellow, it's getting a little bit further away from the fire stations, and the reds are 8 minutes. And so you actually do have a good distribution through your previous fire stations, and you can see that all pretty well throughout the community, with the exception of that northeast corner where you see some more predominant red areas, not as populated, and you'll see in a minute here, not as many calls as well, okay? So the first thing we do is when we analyze the Esri software, we're putting in all the streets, and all of the speed limits gets put into the software. The next thing we do is we look at the call volume. In this particular case, we're looking at over 22,500 calls for the past 3 years, right? We actually got more calls than that, but what we do is we scrub that data and we say, okay, some of these calls were mutual aid outside of the town, and there may be other criteria in which we would take an outlier and remove it from it. So here we're looking at just over 22,500 calls in the last 3 years. Each call represents a blue dot, a blue dot. If there was multiple calls to one location, it only shows as a blue dot. The report has what's called heat maps, which will show a different image of that. So you'll see if there's problematic areas, or there could be maybe a facility that's a nursing home or some type of a building that you have a lot of calls in, you'll see larger heat maps, larger symbols. But in this case, you'll see here again, the headquarters in the East Falmouth represent about 80% of the call volume for the community. So out of that 22,500 calls, it's about 80% of the call volumes right there, coming in there. The next thing we do once we have all the streets put into place with the posted times, we then have all the call volume in there. Now we look at it and we say, okay, let's grid this out and let's look at a perfect scenario. So in this case, they take this whole scenario, the whole map, and they grid it out in 1,000 by 1,000 square foot blocks. Each one of those blocks are not assigned an address. They're just simply blocked out. And when they do that, then the calls fall into one of those blocks. And then the software now analyzes this and says, okay, where would be the best places to put these fire stations? If we had the 5 fire stations, where would the best place for those fire stations be? Based on 3 years worth of call volume. In this particular case, you'll note that the 3 fire stations are where the green and red symbol is. And so, interesting to note here is that we've got one just above the headquarters in the East Falmouth area. And the reason why that's there is it's simply getting some of that call volume and relieving it from those two stations, which is running about 80% of the calls. It's also moving that station up further north so that it could also get a quicker response to that northeast area that previously we showed a lot of red in. So that's what you see in there. Now, what we did for the sake of trying to identify where those fire stations are, we then put an overlay on where those fire stations are. So, or I should say underlay, because right underneath those green dots, you'll see in most of the fire stations are right properly placed where they should be, right underneath where the software is saying they should be. So that's what we do for the whole town as a whole. And we look at a 5-station model here. As part of the project, we were supposed to specifically look at the North Falmouth and the West Falmouth area. And so you'll see in the upper right-hand corner up there, the grid now is just those two locations. And so that 1,000 by 1,000 foot blocked area is just predominantly up over there. And we say, okay, now with all the call volumes and all the streets put into place, where would be the optimum place, the ideal spot to put a fire station? In this particular case, it's real close to the North Falmouth station. It is just a little bit south and west of where that location is. But in that particular case, it would be able to respond back to that 4-minute, we call it a 4-minute catchment that Dr. McGrath was referring to. We'd be able to respond to those calls 47% of the time. Now, I don't want to confuse anybody. That doesn't mean we get on the scene throughout the whole area within 4 minutes. We're saying the 47% of the calls we can get to within that 4 minutes. So now we look at this and we say, okay, well, what about the rest of the area? Where do we go from here? And so in the report, you'll see different illustrations as well. We actually did a 4-minute, a 5-minute, a 6-minute, a 7-minute, an 8-minute, a 9-minute, a 10-minute, and then 2 additional locations. And we put the data in there and said, what happens to this 4-minute catchment when we do that? For the sake of time, I'll just move this to the next one. Here we're going to jump to where a 6-minute response time would be. So although we now can get to within 6 minutes, 68% of the area, you'll see that fire station now moved not so much south and west, but it's now moved more south and just a little bit east as the ideal optimum location. Unfortunately, the 4-minute catchment goes down almost 10% to 37%. And that really comes down to the fact that there's some locations up there in the North Falmouth area where there's a lot of repeated calls. And so that's what happens there. So that's how the maps work. And so you could understand that. Again, we'd be here all night long if we went through this entire report and map after map after map. But what was important for us to do is have this opportunity to at least be able to explain to you how the mapping system works in the report. Any questions?
So I have a quick question. So one of the things that people were, and I understand that you kind of start with that baseline of the Mass DOT posted speed limits to kind of, run that model. What about the issue, people have raised the issue of that's all well and good, and we know you have to have a baseline to start with, but given in particular that we're a town that looks very different during our tourist season versus off-season, is there somewhere in the data where people can kind of look at that and sort of take that, once this group gets it, take that information in? Is there, whether it's a map or just data that they can look at?
Excellent question, and one that we get quite often. We normally, on mapping, and where I started on this with the GIS, was to take the information the chief provided, which was a copious amount of very good data. We took all of his calls by time of day. That kind of works out like a bell curve, and if you laid it against the federal, they're almost identical. By month, by day of the week, went all the way through, and we look at those, and through analysis, we try to find what's a general above average, probably something that's about 75% of the calls. And in that case, it was 6 minutes for, what else was 6 minutes that we laid out for response for doing that. And it was on a Wednesday at 3 p.m. I apologize, I had to remember those numbers. But that wasn't gonna suffice for you. So we said what needs to suffice for you is what happens if the person says, what happens on the 4th of July weekend, and it's raining, and it's foggy, and it's really crowded, and this and that. And what we say to you on these maps is, has that ever happened in the last 3 years? If it did, it's in the heat map. So that's how it's based.
But we're not seeing the heat map here yet, right?
You saw the one heat map, yeah, you can go back.
Well, this is a type of heat map
Yep.
where you're analyzing it. So when you say, okay, well, what about, seasonal congestion and so on and so forth? In the last 3 years, you've had seasonal congestion, and it's reflected in their response times that are on there. So that's all the data that the
And so we
chief's given
can't
us.
say to you, it's exactly this under these conditions. Sort of common sense. What can you do? You can not tell your people to drive faster, because that's not safe. You can go to preemption equipment, but you have some beautiful terrain, and you have narrow roadways. Where are they going to go? So there's a process that you have to look at the whole. So yes, you're not gonna make as good a time when it's really congested, but this is what's actually happened to you in the last 3 years.
Let me just try and because I'm not understanding this map. So this map I understand to be all the events that took place.
Right.
Is there a map that shows?
There is in the report.
Okay, that's what I meant.
There is
So
in the report.
There's a map that
Yeah.
shows
Yes.
that other piece that I'm asking, which is how long did it get?
Yes.
How long did it take to get to that event?
Yes, okay, and so we actually break them down
Yep.
by what's called a NFIRS series, so which is the National Incident Fire Emergency Reporting System. Each system, so you've got 100 series is fires, 300 is EMS. Those are your two important ones there. And so it'll break it down by the community, it'll break it down by the station in the report, that'll actually say, okay, where are those hot spots? Where are those areas where we get those repeated calls? It's in the report.
And can you tell me one other thing? Where is there a place in the report that synthesizes exactly what? Because I know you guys looked at 3 years. It's obviously 3 years of data, all 12 months of each year. So you looked at the summer response times, which I'm guessing are longer, or sometimes they are. I mean, obviously it's very fact specific. Is there a place that sort of shows the average response times to different parts of town? Kind of is there a breakdown of sort of summer response times versus?
There is not one summer versus winter. There was just by station.
And the response times from the station?
Yeah, well, it refers back to the 4-minute catchment. And so you'll see that number vary, that percentage number vary, depending on, not by the time of the year, but just by the different stations and how well they catch that 4-minute catchment.
And the chief's data has graphs that show by month, by day, by hour, and all of those, pretty much if you lay the 3 years out, it isn't too hard to be able to sort of answer that. But again, we can't, there's gonna be exceptions.
Oh, no, definitely. I'm just asking because those are some of the questions.
Certainly.
That some folks have, and obviously, in some ways, it's, you can come up with 8 million scenarios, because it could be 4th of July, but if it's 3 a.m, that's not gonna really be the same thing as if it's 4 p.m. And so some of that data can be misleading if people aren't digging into the details. I just wanna make sure that the details are there in addition to sort of the synthesis of it, so that, or that'll be available for the committee to take a look at. But it sounds like you're saying it is.
We believe it's there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information in the report, and like we said, we couldn't cover it all
No,
tonight.
That's not what tonight was
Gentleman
for,
right here.
but, yep, go ahead, Doug.
Is there a 6-station model?
There was one map that we did, because we played with all sorts of things. I don't know if the 6-minute is in your report.
6 minutes?
Six
No,
stations.
6 stations, I'm sorry, 6 stations. We did run a 6-station
Scenario.
one. I mean, we
could-
honestly, what's beautiful about this program, you can do so many what-ifs. What if I moved it half a block?
Well, what if we don't have good quality response times with the 5-station model, then we'll have to consider a 6, right?
I think after you read the report, and it takes a while to digest those maps, I think you'll have sufficient information to answer that.
Okay.
And if not, whatever the administrator wants, we'll try to.
We'd be happy to send you the 6th station for long-range planning, if that's what you like. We could send it to the
I'd be
manager.
interested to know of how it stacks up against what we're considering here.
Sue, and then, did you have a
Sure.
question? No?
So, could you back up one slide, please? And really going off of the chair's question, so is there a map or information in the report that shows if you eliminated West Falmouth, would there be other areas of red, for example? There is such a map in the
It
report?
wasn't mine, yeah.
Yes?
If we eliminated West Falmouth,
Right. In other words, is part of the report looking at such a map in terms of response times? Is that part of the report that we're just not seeing on the screen?
there was nothing in the report that specifically eliminated West Falmouth.
Okay. Is
So
that
what the
because?
report focus was on the consolidation of north and west.
Okay. With respect to, because it sounds like really high technology software that you're using, you were saying we can kind of do all kinds of scenarios. So are you going to be available to the committee to be able to answer those questions?
Within reasons, yes. Yes.
Pardon?
Probably.
Within reason, yes.
I see, great.
For example, when I started the mapping, I removed that station. And the streets indicated it was an issue. So we contacted Don and said, Don, I think we might have an issue. You verify it or not. I'm not gonna go by a simple map. I want you to verify it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I just ask a follow-up question on the question about, what does it look like if there's no West Falmouth station? Could you pull up the 5-station model? So I don't know if it was clear to folks what this is depicting. If you could just explain.
Sure,
again
so,
that is actually showing, because it's confusing because it looks like there's 6 stations there.
Yes, and I'm sorry, and you did ask me to bring that up too. I'm sorry, I overlooked that. So again, the green and red symbols are the ideal, optimal locations based upon the software taken into consideration the last 3 years' worth of calls.
And that's to get
So-
to, I just want to make sure, that's to get to,
That's
to get to 78% of the calls within a 4-minute travel time.
right, with a 5-station model, okay? And you'll note there is not a green and red symbol by the West Falmouth
Right.
station.
So to be clear, that particular model is a model that shows no West Falmouth.
If you were gonna start new today, this is where you would probably
It's
start.
moved east.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, moved east.
Sure, just a quick follow-up on this. So does this software, or maybe a different page on the report, show that if, for example, the main fire station is out on a call, how that 75% number would change?
It doesn't specifically note when the headquarters station's out on a call and who picks it up. It just looks at the overall response time. So in that particular case, the headquarters ambulance may be out at the hospital, another ambulance from another station's gonna pick it up, and the way it calculates that is a longer response time. So
It's shown
it
in
doesn't,
23,500, but it doesn't address
yeah,
the absolute issue that you just raised.
but
Okay,
it,
because I'm sure you've had calls where a station is out of service.
but it's calculated in the overall response time.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll have a couple questions from folks in the audience if they want it, bearing in mind that this is kind of an overview presentation of data that we're going to present to the committee to work with. So, Peter, yep, Go ahead, Peter. You gotta come up, though. You have to come up because people at home can't hear you.
So, this
It's
is
not
very
asking specific data questions.
high-level generic question.
Peter Hargraves, Precinct 9. When, I take it this is the delivery of the report to the town, when will this be available on the town website?
Probably within a short period.
Within the coming week or so, yeah,
Thank you.
certainly.
Good, Mark. I can't see everybody's face, so come on. If you just wanna, folks, if you have a comment to make, if you just wanna line up behind Dr. McGrath, please.
This has been coming for about 30 years, and I mean, you can look at it as a 100-year plan. I mean, the West Falmouth Fire Station's 100 years old, right? Say the committee, is this report going to be closed when we meet as a committee? Say we come up with a location and we want you to run numbers on that, is that still going to be possible, or is
I
that?
think you would, I'm gonna answer that. I think you would make that request through staff and the Board of Selectmen, and we would reach out to the consultants. I mean, obviously, we budgeted a certain amount, so we're not gonna have them read you all the
Yeah.
work, but at
No,
the
I
same
mean,
time,
adding
they have the
another-
data points, and if there's something novel or a question that you have, obviously, we wanna answer.
And
it,
that's
but-
what I'm leading up to. I mean, I've been talking about this with firefighters for 12 years, and I mean, everybody, most of them are in agreement, but everybody's got an idea. And part of that report that Walter showed, showed a Ranch Road being ideal for Hatchville. But a second to that, kind of a wish list, was to combine, that I heard, and I don't know of the feasibility or whatever, but people were thinking that combining North and West Falmouth at the end of Thomas Landers Road was an idea. Is there any way that we can see that model just to prove it wrong?
It's in the report.
It's in the report already? Okay. I thought,
Pretty close to it right there, probably.
not really.
No, that's on
No,
Sandwich
that's
Road,
not-
but-
That's not.
There is one specifically for that location
Okay.
in
Yep.
the report.
Good. That's information we can use.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Cool.
Mileage-wise, it's way off.
Okay, we just have to, Mr. Bennett, we just have to have people come up to the microphone because it gets hard for folks to hear. Go ahead.
Mark Poole, Precinct 6. So reference this, given what is forecasted with, right now, the optimum one that's in Hatchville right now doesn't exist, and it probably won't exist for some time. But right now, July 1st, West Falmouth goes away. So is there ability of your modeling profile to input numbers to see what the incident or the travel time rate would be without either one of those?
I'm not sure I'm following
So
the question.
basically, effective July 1st, you're going to, for 1.5 to 3 to 5 years until the next one's decided upon, you're only going to have a 4-station model in Falmouth. So is there a way to derive information without the projected one that's in Hatchville and the pending closure of West Falmouth?
The software will do pretty much anything you ask it to do.
It's just a matter of
You just have to
inputting.
input what you're looking for. It could tell you, give me a 10 fire station.
So the committee will
Tell
derive
it
that.
what it is. It could say, give me a 3 fire station location. So you tell the software what it wants, it analyzes it, and then it'll illustrate it.
Great. Second question would be, thank you, Chief Smalls, for all the information that you rendered to the consultants. But was there any consideration for touching base with Planning Department with regard to strategic future development areas? I mean, is that something that is done?
That's a staff question.
But I mean, as far as a consultant, I understand looking back at records of responses, but if you want a comprehensive coverage plan for future, you have to look at, I would assume, you'd have to look at future development. I think Selectman Brown had suggested something projection as far as, where is Falmouth actually going to start developing, giving the coastal resiliency, the retreat, da-da-da-da-da. I was wondering if that was a consideration, those data points at all.
That was not part of the scope as I understood the contract to be, so we did not look into that.
Thank you.
Martha Azendorf, Precinct 6, West Falmouth.
I really did like, I'm kind of following up on your comment. I liked that green, yellow, red map. And I'm wondering if there's a possibility of doing that green, yellow, red for this 5-station proposal and also for the more immediate potential closing of the West Falmouth and leaving 4 stations and doing that sort of green, yellow, red timeline for those 2, this one and the proposal.
I think,
I'm sorry, I wasn't in the room for a green, yellow, red.
no, she means, she means your first response time map,
Shows the
Oh,
different.
The 0 to 8.
the 0 to
Route
10.
0 to 8.
This one?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yes.
That-
If you could do that with the proposed closing of West Falmouth, leaving 4 stations, what that would look like in colors, and then what it would look like with the proposed 5 in the map that we just had.
We'd be willing to work with staff on whatever they would request.
Joe?
Hi, Joe Netto, East Falmouth. Could you put the blue heat map up, please? I think this addresses what came to the podium. Because you people have 2 things going on here. One is the future and one is the present as of July 1st. So if you close that West Falmouth Fire Station, I want you to take a very close moral look at the blue dots that surround the West Falmouth Fire Station. And as it's planned right now, that disappears July 1st. So you have a problem until this new station is located and built. Look at those blue dots surrounding the West Falmouth Fire Station.
So-
That's going to disappear.
So I just want to correct something. For those who are at the public hearing, we've talked about how the contract changes and the challenges that creates July 1. At the public hearing, we also talked about the things that the town is continuing to explore to address that. So this idea that it is signed, sealed, and delivered, that the door is locking and no one's gonna be in West Falmouth ever again after July 1, it's not an accurate statement. I'm not saying it's not a challenge, but as we said at the public hearing, and I can tell you almost every single day that this has been going on for many months, that the chief, town staff, members of the board, other members of staff, from finance, et cetera, are looking at ways, the firefighters, the union, are communicating and looking at ways to address this concern. So, I'm not discounting the concern, Mr. Netto. I think it's a concern, everyone here is, but no, we're not prepared to say that on July 1, no one's ever gonna be in that building again. That's why we announced at that public hearing all the things that we are following up on a regular basis to try and address what is a very real concern that we understand. I mean, there are people here who live in West Falmouth. There are people who live in Hatchville. No one's coming. I mean, Chief and I live near each other, so maybe we can help each other out. But we understand the gaps in the coverage that we have right now, even with West Falmouth open. These have been challenges that this town has had. We've all talked about it. We know there's been multiple studies done over the years. It has been a challenging 5-station model for a really long time because of our geography and, sort of the limits of our resources. And so we are continuing to look at that. But I just want to publicly be really clear that solutions are trying to be reached to address that concern. So I just want to make sure people understand that. And I'm not discounting that it is a very significant challenge, not making any kinds of pie-in-the-sky promises, but people are working hard to try and make sure that we address significant concerns.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. We'll tell you we do a number of fire stations. I applaud you for your due diligence. And I'll just share a quick story that I did with the administrator. We had 7 communities that chose that they should put their fire departments together in Wisconsin, which, by the way, is one of the largest consolidated departments. The mayor, when we were done, looked at me because he went from 7 stations to 5. Said, Tim, this is the most emotional thing we've gone through as a community. and for reason. If I could anesthetize a whole community and just do it, it'd be one thing. But we really need all the feedback. So I applaud you for being open. We applaud you for the information you gave us.
Great, thank you. And we really look forward to kind of digging into those numbers, getting that out onto the website so people can do that, and then providing it to the committee we just put together tonight. And as you can hear, we're clearly going to be coming back to you with some additional questions to run some of that data. Okay. So thank you. Mr. Suso, did you want to make any?
Yeah, if I may,
Yep.
thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to thank Dr. Tim McGrath and Chief Markowski for their excellent hands-on work, working with all of us, all staff members, Chief Small, also with members of the community for the community presentation of preliminary results at the West Falmouth Library last fall, culminating in adjustments and this final product that has been just very quickly summarized. This is ultimately a report that's well over 100 pages, including appendix, and there's much, much more information here. And I can assure you that many of the questions raised are already answered in the report, and there's a lot of data available. So prior to concluding that we need additional iterations, we may find that much of what is being asked has already been addressed in one form or the other. So we do look forward to this further unfolding and having the final product out and working with the committee just appointed tonight on behalf of the board as this process moves forward. So thank you to our Rath Consulting as well. Travel
Thank you.
safely.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to move into the petition article presentations. Generally, the way that this works, you have up to 5 minutes. That is about 40 minutes of presentations. So if you feel like you can do it in 3, we're okay with that. We don't really have public discussion at this point. It's the opportunities for the presentation of the articles to the Board of Selectmen. There's the public debate really comes for town meeting floor. If someone has a specific question they don't understand, I'm happy to entertain that through the chair. And Mr. Finneran, if you want to go ahead with Article 13.
50, right?
50. Yeah, 15.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's 15, yeah, it's just printed wrong.
Printed wrong.
Actually,
Sorry.
can you just, I think I
want me
know,
to
but
read
if
it?
you can just read it.
I can, yep. It says, Article 15, shall town meeting vote to ask selectmen to ensure the West Falmouth Fire Station remains open and staffed until such time that a new station is constructed, opened, and staffed, or take any action on this matter on petition of Mark Finneran.
All right, this should take about 30 seconds. Everybody's aware of how concerned people are. And like Harry Truman had on his desk, the buck stops here. And basically, I threw it in your laps and on your shoulders, as you were elected to. And hopefully this article can be withdrawn. Anyway, there it is, and that's the problem, and we have to deal with it. And I mean, this whole thing is 3 separate issues, although they are intertwined. Like I said, if we don't handle it in the previous article, that's the reason it's there, kind of like a safety valve.
Great, thank you.
It's on your shoulders.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you. Any specific questions about the article from the board? Nope. No, okay, great, thank you. Okay, next is a presentation. I know Miss.
Thank you for your consideration.
I know Miss Feynman Silva is out of town for, I think, the month. So we have an excellent stand-in.
Thank
who
you,
knows a little bit about some of these
Joanne
issues.
Treisman, Precinct 2.
Yes,
So glad to be back.
So let me just quickly read the article so that folks know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna read the whole article. This is just, I'm just gonna point out, it's Article 31, to create the position of Affirmative Action Diversity Outreach Coordinator, and then you'll be presenting on Article 32, to vote, to raise and appropriate $85,000 for that position. Okay, so welcome.
Thank you.
I see your co-chair with
And
you,
Co-chair
co-president.
Patricia Oshman is with me. So this is for a citizen's petition. We are from the Falmouth Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and we've been talking about this for a while, but this is something that was brought to our attention. A group of citizens want to see this happen. So I just wanted to kind of go over the fact that one of the purposes of our committee is to act as an advisory committee to the Board of Selectmen, responsible for reviewing our policy and relevant programs. And some of the things that our purpose is to foster civic engagement and mutual respect for the contributions that every individual or group makes toward community goals, support or suggest programs or activities that educate and promote a culture of tolerance and respect. So you received, I believe, from Ms. Feynman Silva, the request to present to you tonight. And basically, it talks about the fact that 5 years ago, there was an affirmative action outreach coordinator position in the town, and when George Spivey resigned, that position was eliminated. Some of us who came onto the committee after that fact found that there was a sense of discouragement, that there's no longer anyone out in the community doing the kinds of work that we felt were necessary. We have a wonderful town human resources person. The school department also has someone in their facility, but the rest of the town who doesn't go under the idea of employment is sort of left open. So they did kind of a look at the duties of Denise Coleman and Giovanni Santa, and said, well, what are the other things that we need done in our town? And talking about investigating and solving harassment and discrimination complaints, identifying issues of concern, providing outreach to disenfranchised groups, assistance for the Commission on Disabilities, and that's a committee that our Affirmative Action Committee's been working with. So there are things that needed to be done, but we're volunteers. We can only do what we can do in our time that we volunteer. So Article 31 was to create the Affirmative Action Diversity Outreach Coordinator. And one comment I want to make, Superintendent Dura and I were talking about this previously. You know when you have a newspaper person interview you and they get things a little bit off? We just want to clarify on the second page that while there is a need for additional resources, her staff really is doing a great job under the circumstances. So we just want to make sure that we emphasize that, but that they would appreciate, and as I'm sure the town would appreciate, having someone who could handle some of the issues that they don't have time to get to. And that's kind of where we're coming from, making sure that we have someone in our community that can address some of the issues that were brought out by the diversity and inclusion report from Woods Hole that was done by someone from the Kennedy School of Government. That this is a town where things happen, people know about it, but no one really wants to face it, or they face it and they go, oh my goodness, how did this happen? What can we do to be proactive in our community to make it safe and comfortable for everyone to live here? And I will mention that this warrant article was written, and we need 10 signatures to get it on the town meeting. And within a few days, we had 150 signatures. People are very excited about the idea. They see the need for it, and we believe that this would be a real addition to our community. And many of you have seen the letter that Troy Clarkson wrote in the Enterprise about having had an experience where someone was, he felt discriminated against because they were a person of color. And he was shocked. The things we hear in our community, in our meetings, we're not shocked to hear that. But until something happens to you, often people say, well, there's no problem. I was at a meeting with the MASHP, Affirmative Action Diversity Committee this week, and the word around is that Sandwich, there's been an outbreak of comments against people who are Chinese because of the coronavirus outbreak. So what do you do in those circumstances? You just tell everybody, oh, be quiet, don't say anything? Or do you do some more education? And who's going to do that? And who has the time to do that? So those sorts of things break out. We had the anti-Semitic event at the Jewish congregation. So things are going on that you hear about, and there are things that are going on that you don't hear about. And everybody should feel comfortable in this community. So we are promoting this warrant article. So that's 31, I believe. And 32
Just the salary for it.
is the request for funding for the position. And it was the estimate that for a full-time position, probably at least bachelor's, but maybe master's level, you're going to need about $85,000 for salary benefits and bringing videos in, bringing speakers in, that sort of thing. And that's something that we'll leave to the town manager's decisions about how to do that. But this is, again, a citizen petition that the town recognizes, and any town meeting members here, remember to vote for it.
Great, thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you,
you.
ladies.
Thank you.
I have ask one question that.
Oh, hold
Do-
on, there's maybe one
It's actually
question.
really more question for the town manager. Do we need to actually have a class and title for this, if it's gonna be within our classification system? Or is the way the article written sufficient for us to actually go ahead and, if we're gonna be passed, do we have sufficient wording in the article?
I have town council looking at that. I don't have a definitive answer. There are some issues with this proposal that have arisen, and there's still a work in progress.
Okay.
And the job description previously was listed as an M8. So there is some history to the position and some job description information.
To go from.
I do want to affirm that was a different job title than the one being proposed here.
Yeah, we switch it a little bit to be able to accommodate
What you're
update
looking for.
needs.
Yep, great. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, petition article number 33. Ms. Kirkin, I saw you here. Welcome. And this is, just to let people know, this is a petition around the sale of single-use plastic water bottles. So, oh. Welcome.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Christine Kierkegaard from Precinct 6, and I am one of the Falmouth representatives for Sustainable Practices. This past fall, many Cape towns, including Falmouth, acknowledged the local and global environmental and health consequences of our overconsumption of single-use plastic bottles by voting to adopt the municipal bottle ban. This is a great step in the right direction, but there is still a lot of work to do. When we pause and take a step back, it's truly incredible that we've allowed plastics to enter so many products we purchase. More impressive is our frequency at which we habitually rely on and consume single-use plastic convenience products. Items that are used for a couple moments but can negatively affect our health and last hundreds of years in the environment. Plastics release dioxins into the air when incinerated, and when left exposed to the environment, they slowly photodegrade into smaller and smaller pieces, resulting in microplastics that can enter every level of our food chain. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation estimates that by 2050, there will be more plastic than fish in the oceans if our behaviors do not change. Phthalates and other chemicals that leach from plastics are classified as endocrine disruptors, which have negative impact on reproductive health. Additional research is being conducted with respect to the connection between synthetic estrogens found in plastic and their impact on the risks of heart attack, obesity, and changes in cardiovascular health. And this is only scratching the surface with respect to the emerging understanding of plastic use and its adverse impact on human health. We tend to turn quickly to recycling as a viable solution to our abundant plastic waste. At best, a fraction of plastic bottles are downcycled into goods such as clothing, deck boards, and carpeting, for example. But these are end-of-life products and they do not re-enter the recycling system. This downcycling simply adds more plastic to our surroundings and does not eliminate the creation of new plastic needed to produce the single-use products we continue to consume. Plastic production contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, and it's estimated that by 2050, about 20% of greenhouse gases will be due to the plastic industry. Instead of recycling, I suggest when it comes to our plastic consumption, we refuse, reduce, reuse, and ultimately rethink. Addressing the plastics issue may seem like a daunting task, but that's why we take it one step at a time. So, building off of the successful adoption of the municipal bottle ban, we've initiated a Cape-wide commercial single-use plastic water bottle ban. This bylaw would ban the sale of non-carbonated, unflavored drinking water in single-use plastic bottles of less than 1 gallon and has an effective date of September 1st, 2021. Also, there is an exemption from this ban under a declaration of emergency that would affect the availability and/or quality of drinking water to Falmouth residents. The enforcement would be the responsibility of the town manager or his or her designee, and an inspection schedule would be determined by the town manager until he or she deems that it is no longer required. We have filed or are in the process of filing the commercial single-use plastic water bottle ban as a citizen's petition in 11 towns for the Springtown meetings across the Cape. The remaining 4 towns will be given the opportunity to catch up and vote for the municipal bottle ban as adopted in Falmouth. It is important that we keep taking active steps to protect our health and the environment. These actions open up opportunities to brand the Cape as a destination for ecotourism, to not only have residents and visitors enjoy the beautiful beaches, woods, and waterways, but to leave us all with a deeper appreciation of the stewardship required to protect the resources we rely on so much. And I hope that as a town and as part of the greater Cape community, we can see this ban as a necessary and achievable next step. That was all.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions from the board? Wonderful presentation. Thank you. Next, we have petition number 34. Ron Clattenburg, are you presenting, Peter?
Yeah, that's it. And then this is the part that gets me. Oh, thank you. And then Okay, thank you, Christine. And let me say, I am Peter Hargraves from Precinct 9 and part of the Falmouth Litter Reduction Team, standing in for Ron Clattenburg. So now that I've indemnified Ron's reputation, I'll add that I have 2 other members here to help with questions. And you've seen them before, Ellen Robinson and Peter Wasdorp. And we have 2 other members who weren't able to be here, Dottie Arena and Tom Grossman. And so I'd like to say that 5 minutes isn't a long time, as I tried to practice this, and we have a slightly longer and more detailed collection of information for town meeting where we're allowed 10 minutes, and others haven't seen the detail that we shared with the board in July. But essentially, this is the first substantial work product of the work that we've been doing as the Falmouth Litter Reduction Team. And the whole Article 34 is stated there to prohibit the sale of alcoholic beverages in single-use packaging less than or equal to 100 milliliters. There is an amendment that we're going to bring to town floor, and you'll see it at the end. Again, it's a 1-sentence amendment, and after talking, it's related to enforcement. And after talking or trading messages with Frank Duffy, we thought it was advisable to include that. So let me get going. We're here to ask for your support, and we would really like a positive recommendation going into town meeting on this article. This collection of beverage container litter is typical of half a mile of Falmouth roads. And these small packages here in the front, these 42 packages are the subject of this article. They are the NIPS, and they are 50 substantially 50, but also 100 milliliter size. What distinguishes them from other alcohol packaging is that they're a single-use class of packaging, and every one of these represents a violation of at least 2 laws in Falmouth: littering and at least an open container law, if not drinking while driving and DUI. So this is about more than unsightly roadsides. This is about a social problem and an issue with the safety of our streets for pedestrians and vehicles. And so, as I said before, we are data-driven, and that's why it took us 6 months to collect and classify and quantify over 2,000 pieces of litter, and voila, we discovered that NIPS, this bar right here, are 32% of all the litter on our roadsides. And so there are other classes of litter here subject to future work. We have other plans for other types of litter. This article is just about 32% of what you see alongside the road in terms of number. And let me say, in the spirit of full disclosure, that if you talk to Keep America Beautiful and other experts, cigarette butts are half of the litter on the roadside. We started collecting those after we got to hundreds. We stopped. And so if you would have to normalize this to it all being half of the litter, and the other big bar would be cigarette butts. We came to the conclusion that an outright ban is the only solution for these single-use sizes. There's extensive investigation we did over 9 months on messaging, education. We talked to Keep America Beautiful. We had a community forum. We talked to people in the liquor stores. They were very collaborative. We also engaged those who are cleaning up Falmouth periodically in the spring especially. We thought about recycling, and you know, the deposit legislation just got out of committee, but it's at a 5-cent deposit, which we don't feel would be effective. In any case, it's problematic because of the legal issues that we mentioned. A lot of our solutions trying to deal with an illegal behavior and encourage people to do the right thing, it's a very difficult situation. And so taking these out of the mix in the package stores is the best solution. We do have a success model in Chelsea. They banned 50 ml nips, and they've had a voluntary ban from their liquor stores on 100 ml nips since July of 2018. This summarizes information from Commonwealth Magazine in August of last year. Their ban continues, but this is from a 2019 magazine article. And these quotes are from Police Chief Hayes and city officials, the town administrator, counselors. They don't have our form of government. They have counselors and a mayor. And nip litter has largely disappeared in spite of being surrounded by towns that do not ban nips. And you can see the alcohol-related ambulances responses, and public drunkenness is measured by protective custody orders as significantly diminished over the time of the ban. Lest we think this doesn't relate to Falmouth, because we're the Cape, we're Falmouth, and that's Chelsea. Our police data for 2019 says that we had citations for 103 DUIs and 171 drunkenness and disorderly citations. So
you're actually a little bit over 5 minutes. Do you have one last slide, or?
I do. And so, and Falmouth is 30,000, Chelsea is 40,000 for perspective. So, you know, this will prohibit the 50 and 100 milliliter nips, and we're joining other towns. Some of our adjacent towns, Mashpee, Bourne, and Eastham, are under discussion. And so the amendment that I mentioned is that in addition to banning the sale, we would say compliance with this bylaw is required to obtain or renew a liquor license in the town of Falmouth. And of course, you guys, the select board, are the enforcement body. And I forgot to say thank you, Madam Chair and select board members, for the opportunity.
Great. Thank you. Can I just ask quickly, is the Chelsea, I'm pretty sure it still is, the Chelsea litigation is still pending, right?
There is no litigation. I
Okay.
can tell you the situation briefly in Chelsea. The liquor stores asked the ABCC for an injunction, which they yielded, they produced an injunction, and both Chelsea and the liquor stores provided briefs in May. Typically, the ABCC gives a decision in 60 to 90 days. That's May of 2019. There's been no decision. There's been no lawsuit. And I've talked to the attorney in Chelsea, and their position is the ABCC has no right to regulate the packaging
licensing.
sold there, and that they will see the liquor stores in court, and there has been no lawsuit. And actually, if you think about it, people who are buying liquor are not prohibited from buying liquor. They're just prohibited from buying these offensive single-use sizes.
Great, thank you. I think that answered your
Yes,
question, right?
right.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, is that it? Thank you very much. Okay, good.
Okay, Mr. Zweig, I think, are you in the hallway? Come on in, please. This is for Article 35. And this is $45,000 of certified free cash to finance water quality monitoring, and then you can tell us the rest about it, just so that people know what it is. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ron Zweig. The few roles I have in town are that I'm a taxpayer, like everybody in this room probably is, as well as a member of the Water Quality Management Committee and on the board of the Cape Light Compact. Actually, it's chair for the past couple of years. And this article sort of actually spills over into a lot of different areas, including all of those, in that it's actually in a kind of the third iteration of the water quality monitoring program that's been going on in Bourne's Pond for the past 2 summers. And this is to finance the continuing program if it's needed. Okay, so it's more like a placeholder right now. And the Brian House from the School of Marine and Science and Technology at UMass Dartmouth will be giving a presentation a week from Thursday, and let us know what the past findings were, not just from Falmouth, but from across the Cape. And the impact of this could be enormous in that it could save the town, lead to, ultimately, if everything works out, probably over $100 million in sewer infrastructure, ultimately. And not through this little investment, of course, but the implications of it. And what it means is that, and I've gotten basically an endorsement, or at least an understanding from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, as well as the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, with regard to how to do a systems analysis of our estuaries and possibly be able to reduce a lot of that infrastructure with the aquaculture operating during the critical months, the summer months, which have been identified by SMAST and by the studies that have been done all around Falmouth and southeast Massachusetts. So basically, and the way that works, well, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but it's very promising. We've gotten very good results so far. They've been replicated in other towns, and so we're seeing a good bit. But with the Mass DEP, the understanding is that we need 3 years of data really to help support the concept. We have it also, it's already included in the town's comprehensive wastewater management plan. But to basically be able to support this and understand it concretely, this funding could be helpful. So what I'd say at this point is that within the next couple of weeks, we will know whether to really go ahead with this, and based on the findings, and again, and the ability of the town to do it this coming season again, and that would sort of wrap it up. So anyway, so that's basically it. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Zweig on this?
Okay.
Great, thank you very much.
More of the
Great.
same, thank you.
I know. Excellent. Okay, Mr. Donald, this is Article 36. And this is to adopt a bylaw, and I'll let you explain, unless you need me to read it.
Go ahead, you can read it, that's great.
Okay. That before any building permits for the re-roofing of a municipal building with electric services shall be issued, the roof location shall be assessed for appropriateness for solar collection. This requirement shall be dependent on the availability of interconnect to the electric grid. Should the location be found to be economically feasible for solar collection, the solar collection shall be required over all feasible areas. The only exception for roof areas shall be governed under the authority of the Historical Commission.
Yes, Malcolm Donald, Precinct 6. I am, with this warrant, I'm asking the town to install solar panels, should they be going to re-roof a building. And what I would like to, what this warrant will do is would put a process in place that when the town is going to re-roof a building, it would look at the appropriateness of solar collection on those roofs. So it would be assessed, and if it would be a good location for solar, then solar would be required for those roofs. And basically.
Straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions about this particular article?
Just one question. So it's not clear then, would there be a timeline? How long, if we determine a roof, say we're just trying to get the money together to do the T-Ticket school roof, so we assess the roof and find out that we could put some solar panels up there, and now we've just struggled to get the money to pay for the roof, and now we've got to decide, are we gonna buy these outright, or are we gonna hire like solar company to come in and put them on in a lease agreement?
Well, that's up to you.
Yeah.
It's up to the, the project.
So what I'm getting at is then, is there gonna be a proposed timeline within a certain amount of years that this will have to be done after the
Well,
roof is?
I guess that's a shortcoming of the warrant. There is no, it would be, it would be that if you go, before you get a permit, then you have to have a project in place to put the solar panels in. So, you're gonna put the roof on, and then you're gonna put the solar panels in.
So you're gonna have the plan before you get the permit, but maybe you don't, maybe you do the solar panels some period of time. There's no language that directs that. It's
Okay,
pretty
just
open.
trying to-
Yep, no, I think it's a good question, and you're hearing that, those are all helpful things for town meeting,
Yeah.
because I'm sure someone's
Yeah.
gonna ask that,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Sue, did you have a question?
Along those same lines, well, that would be helpful for town meeting. Someone's gonna wanna know about that time limit. The other thing, I'd maybe suggest that you look at economically feasible, because it's sort of, open to interpretation. I'm wondering if that phrase is used elsewhere in construction licensing or requirements, so that maybe it's 10% of the cost, or maybe I'm just thinking that as you might see questions about what does economically
I see,
feasible mean, and
right.
maybe there's a way to define that.
Right, okay.
Yep, Doug?
I actually would much rather see this being a policy that the board adopted, as Mr. Neto's been telling us, it's our job to set policy, than have it as a bylaw.
Thank you. Okay, our final presentation tonight, Rosemary Carey, Article 37.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Select Board members, for inviting me to speak here tonight. I'm here to ask you to endorse a climate emergency declaration that will be presented at the spring 2020 town meeting. And I'm wearing red, as are many of my friends and colleagues, and also organizational leaders, faith group leaders, to show solidarity and signal that this is an emergency. This petition, though written specifically for Falmouth, is part of a coordinated Cape-wide effort led by 350 Cape Cod Sierra Club, the youth-led group Extinction Rebellion, and a growing coalition of organizations across the Cape, with the goal to encourage all 15 towns on the Cape to declare a similar resolution or bylaw through town meeting vote, or in the case of Barnstable, by their town council. The climate emergency declaration is also part of a global effort in which governments in the U.S. and around the world are taking actions to adopt an emergency response to the ecological crisis that we're facing. I'll read the article. Be it resolved that the town of Falmouth recognizes that the climate emergency driven by human activity, including energy consumption and land use practices, and leading to global warming, rising seas, deadly storms, dangerous heat waves, acidifying oceans, and melting ice sheets, poses a threat to the health, safety, and economic security of the residents of the town. The town of Falmouth therefore adopts as its policy the objective of reducing net greenhouse gas emissions from human activity within and by the town to zero at the earliest technically and economically feasible time, and requests the Board of Selectmen to direct all officers and departments of the town to take such measures within the scope of their respective responsibilities and authority as may be necessary and prudent to facilitate such policy and objective. So, according to the National Climate Assessment, the world, we know, is steadily getting warmer due to human activities, namely the burning of fossil fuels, and we're already seeing the devastating effects. Yet governments are not acting with the requisite sense of urgency to keep emissions below 1.5 degrees Celsius, the threshold that scientists say is needed to avoid catastrophic runaway climate change. The idea for the climate emergency petition was developed by grassroots activists, political leaders, and organizations who see a need for a World War II scale mobilization to address the climate crisis in the time frame that's needed. While the petitions vary slightly from town to town, the common denominators are acknowledgement of the threat of health, safety, and economic security to the residents of the town, declaration of a climate emergency, and adoption by officers and departments of a policy to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions. After consulting with some members of the board here and with the town's attorney, the Falmouth petition has been submitted as a resolution, leaving discretion to town leaders to take the necessary actions while guided by a statement from our representative town meeting to act in their official capacity with a sense of climate urgency. This is not just a feel-good resolution. It's a critical first step. Climate change is an existential issue that will affect our children and grandchildren for future generations, and we need to act boldly. The decisions we make at the local level, whether it's our purchasing decisions, planning our communities, preserving our open spaces, or planting trees, will determine whether we act in time. We believe that in telling the truth about the climate emergency and keeping that truth front and center, we can transform our response into personal and collective action. We can improve our focus, encourage creativity and collaboration, and take the steps necessary to confront the challenges before us, before it's too late. And if I have time, I'll just read a list of the organizations that have already endorsed.
A couple quick seconds, so go ahead.
Okay. 350 Cape Cod Climate, Women for Change, Citizens Climate Lobby, South Shore, Upper Cape, Coalition for Social Justice, Falmouth Climate Action Network, the Green Center, Sierra Club Cape Cod, Social Justice Committee, Falmouth Jewish Congregation, and Young Voices for the Planet. So there's growing support for this, and I urge you to vote for it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. My one recommendation is people need to stop saying it's kids and grandchildren, because it would be nice if it were that far off. It's not our kids and grandchildren.
Okay.
So, but good
Okay.
presentation. Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
thank you.
Okay, that is it for our petition article presentations. Thank you to all petitioners and for sticking to our time constraints. Next, we have a policy discussion on the process for 40B letters of comment. This is something that Selectman Brown raised after concerns that the board took a vote last meeting, and there was some concerns from members of planning board that this board hadn't considered some important pieces of that request, and so Attorney Brown asked if we could kind of look again at how we.
Attorney.
I mean, attorney.
I got a raise.
Sorry, that's what I really, those are fighting words, right?
Exactly, that's what I was.
Don't swear at me.
Selectman, that's day job spilling over. Selectman Brown asked us to kind of have a further conversation about what our process is, if it bears some revision. And so that's what we're about to do. So I don't know, Julian, did you have any comments before? I see our town planner is here, but
Sure.
did you have any?
To make some
set the stage?
introductory
Yep.
comments, just as you noted, Madam Chair, we had a member of the, one or more members of the planning board reach out to us after the Board of Selectmen had acted on the, at your last regular meeting, to adopt that letter on comments for the 511 Brick Hill Road project. Some of that was based on some unfortunate misinformation that that individual, one of the individuals who contacted us had misunderstood the fact that the Board of Selectmen acted in advance of the Planning Board's meeting and had mistakenly thought that the Board of Selectmen was acting after the Planning Board had already had a meeting on this. And so we have exchanged some email information to try and clarify that issue. There were some other concerns that were raised, and there is a letter in your packet from Town Planner Tom Bott on behalf of the Planning Board, raising some issues about the 511 Brick Hill Road. I do want to note a couple additional things. Tom and I and Peter Johnson Staub have met. We also meet with routinely, at least every month, sometimes more frequently, with all staff members involved in the development process and seek input and comments on these proposed projects. But keep in mind that, again, these are subject to ZBA review exclusively. We only have 30 days to respond if the Board of Selectmen hopes to have any impact at all. Once that 30 days has come and gone, and in this case, the 30 days has come and gone, 511 Brick Hill Road, the door is technically not open for input. And also, we are limited to enforcement matters, definitive enforcement matters that relate to state statute. Our local regulations do not govern 40Bs, and those regulations can be, and frequently are, routinely waived in the 40B process. That is the nature of the process. So, one other comment, Madam Chair and members of the board. We do have a planned meeting with the Planning Board next month, and this might be an ideal topic to take up in joint discussion with the Planning Board as far as attempting to coordinate potentially comments from the two elected bodies that are involved in this. At the end of the day, I believe the regulations specify that the official letter of comment is to come from this board, the Board of Selectmen. So that is something to keep in mind as well. So I'll defer further to any comments from Peter and/or Tom. We also have a member of the Planning Board, Paul Dreyer, with us in attendance this evening, which is always welcome.
Great, thank you. Peter, did you have anything further to add at this point?
Not really. I think the board is aware, but just for the public who may be somewhat less familiar, the part of the process that we're more focused on with this discussion in this particular project is the Board of Selectmen's opportunity to provide comment to the State Department of Housing and Community Development as to comments and input on a 40B Affordable Housing Comprehensive Permit. And those comments can be taken into consideration by the developer. They can be taken into consideration by the Department of Housing and Community Development. But the key point that the town manager emphasized, the wishes of the board do not necessarily become granted by either of those parties. And the process is really designed to expedite and to allow the 40B housing projects to proceed unless they are not economic or they violate state regulation. And that does not appear to be the case for the 511 Brick Hill project as far as we know at this point.
Thank you.
What power do we have concerning the sewer system?
So I think it's the, the short answer is it's the same. So Title V is a state regulation, and that can be enforced by the town, so they can't, in terms of the septic treatment standards, they cannot avoid Title V. The town of Falmouth has a local coastal pond overlay district, which calls for enhanced treatment for certain zones that contribute to a coastal pond. That is not enforceable in a 40B case, and that was not, the coastal pond was not an issue for 511 Brickkiln. The issue in 511 Brickkiln was Long Pond, which is a surface water body, obviously, and so it's not within a Zone 2, which protects wellheads. We are learning that there's a Zone A and a Zone B that are the state regulations for protecting surface waters. The Zone A regulation is strictly restricted, and that area is actually predominantly, if not exclusively, owned and controlled by the town. 511 Brickkiln is well beyond Zone A.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else from the board first, then we'll hear from Mr. Bott and Mr. Dryer.
Just that, when this came up, it raised the question to me that, had we fully thought it through for our comments to the state with regard to the housing project? And we did touch on both these subjects. I mentioned the water protection district, and Sam mentioned the idea about maybe that place should be sewered. And it just made me think maybe we could improve the process somehow. I don't know how that would be, but we should try to get it, even if it's only to the chair of the planning board for initial comment, so we have something to remind us the importance of the water protection. And it's incumbent upon us to look these things up too, but if we could add that resource to give us a little nudge before the meeting, I think it would be helpful. And I had even considered that maybe if it's really just a staff response, that it should be labeled a staff response. But then again, as I discussed this with Peter and Tom and Julian afterwards, they pointed out that this is our one chance to make a comment. You only have 30 days to do it. So we should take that chance instead of just saying it's a staff response. That's not as good as a select board response.
In either direction.
So I think the only alternative for us would probably be to try to improve the quality of the response, even if it's not really legally binding. At least that's our initial shot across the bow with our response.
Well, if nothing else, it's an education of DHCD.
Right.
In looking at these projects, that they have to take more factors into consideration than whatever the current state regulations are.
And I'd like to also say this is also our initial opportunity to give our feedback to the developer and maybe throw him a hook to try to get him to do a LIP application and say, maybe we could consider sharing the cost of sewering out there. Maybe we could offer more density. Maybe there's another way to do this project. Rather than a million little lots, maybe it's a cluster of some larger buildings and keep some more open space. And, there's a lot of ways to do it, but being that that's our initial response, maybe it should be also an invitation to do a local initiative project.
Sue, and then.
Sure, I think that all the things that Doug has raised are so important, but these projects don't come up 30 days before, right? There's a ton of work that's done with staff, developers, come in with, present ideas, work with the town planner. There's actually a really great committee that the town puts together in terms of experts within the town staff to look at what's coming up, sort of consolidated reviews. I think that one of the things maybe we can talk about at the next joint meeting with the planning board and with others, if that's the case, where there's a process where the Board of Selectmen might have some of the information. Obviously, the planning board would be first and primary in reviewing those things, but I think there's got to be, I'm sure this project has been going on for a long time, so I think maybe there's a way we could have preliminary information about projects that are coming and maybe start the input, before the final 30 days, so staff isn't trying to squeeze time in and calendar various projects. So I think we should look at maybe earlier, earlier opportunities.
Or another way, because sometimes that timing piece is always problematic, is to create sort of a checklist of the things that we really want to make sure we have information on as it comes before us. So, is this in a water resource? Is this in some of those issues? Is this eligible for sewering in terms of the location? Some of those really key things that we know, are in line with the LCP and the priorities set out in the LCP are in line with our strategic planning and what this board has noted as sort of key initiatives. And, something where we're able to kind of do a quick look and say, oh, we see that maybe this is an issue. I agree, if we can kind of get these things in front of us sooner as they're working through the process, I think that's ideal. But I think at the very least, if we have that information in front of us, that just highlights kind of those key, whatever those, say, 5 things are that we think about that we really want to make sure we're recognizing. And I do think and this will come up in announcements later, because we need to kind of talk about, been talking about how we want to have a forum to address some of these exact issues, right? And streamlining and creating better communication. And so, I think that's a component of it as well. Always, I think the pull is there is never going to be sort of an ideal development project, right? I mean, there's always going to be a push and pull of environment and space, reaction of the community, resources, the absolutely dire need for housing that we talk about at every meeting, and we just kind of incrementally make strides in the community. So, I think we have to recognize, and I think everyone who works on this all the time recognizes that these are just constantly challenging and competing interests. And so if we can just have what those competing interests are in front of us, there's no way to get rid of the competing interests, but if we can have what those things are in front of us, noting some of those concerns that might arise, then we can, I think, maybe have a fuller discussion, which is what, everybody has been speaking to, just that need for a fuller, more reflective discussion. Mr. Bott, did you want to add anything? And Paul, I don't know if you had anything to add. Oh.
Madam Chair, I'm Tom Bottom, the town planner here in Falmouth, Mass. And sometimes we do know these things are coming and sometimes we don't. So in this case, what we've been talking about is a request for a site eligibility letter. This is and I'm going to make people's eyes glaze over at 9:30, so pardon me. This is the first request by the applicant to the state to get permission to file a 40B. So at this point, they're asking the state, can I file a 40B on this property? That letter is what's come to us in 511 Brick Kiln, and because we've had some conversations with the developers for 511 Brick Kiln, we know that was coming. The difficulty is trying to squeeze this in within the 30-day period. Now, what we did not know was coming was Rosewood Estates, which is our second chance to work through this process. Rosewood Estates was dropped in our lap on February 6th. We got an application that was sent to DHC or to Mass Housing requesting a site approval letter. First thing I do when I see these is I check with the subsidizing agency. Have you received this yet? Is the clock ticking? So in the case of Rosewood Estates, February 6th is when we got it. March 6th is when those comments are due. Well, let's call it March 7th. It's February.
Right.
We'll spot us a day. So the departments will be discussing this on February 19th at our typical department development review meeting. This is scheduled for the planning board to have a discussion about for February 25th. So as soon as I got this in, I sent it to the planning board, this giant pack of awful reading that I haven't gleaned any information out of. I usually try to pare these things down. So I put it in their inbox right away, just so you know this is coming. But even with that, we've got February 19th, the departments are going to hear about it, and we really don't want to bring this information to the boards until we've had this sort of in-house discussion. And then how do we get to the Selectmen's meeting after that, and then get back to the subsidizing agency by March 6th. So that is the problem in a nutshell. This was easier in the town I worked in before, because the planning board met on Monday and the Selectmen met on Tuesday, so sometimes we'd have the overnight special where I would deliver. But here,
if it doesn't, depending on when the application comes in, we could be easily 15 days off from having a discussion that deals with both boards.
We're gonna have to switch the planning board to Sunday.
Sunday during the winter is probably fine. But if there's not chips and salsa, it's gonna be a problem for me, I can tell you on Sundays. So that is the problem in a nutshell, is that it's a very tight window to try to get that information in and trying to disseminate all that information. And I'd be happy to make your eyes glaze over a little bit more on some of the technicalities on the next item when we get to the comments about 511 Brick Kiln. But that's essentially our problem in a nutshell, is it's a small window and the timing of things makes it very difficult to get cogent comments to everybody, to two elected bodies, and then get back to that time frame with DHCD. I will say that I have never seen DHCD say it came back in 32 days, we're not gonna read your stuff. But, you know, we always wanna make sure that we're, you know, playing by the rules, and getting those things back in ASAP.
Thank you.
Where's Rosewood Estates located?
It is behind the Cape Verdean Club on Percival Road.
Oh, okay.
Does not look, well, I don't want to say anything other than it doesn't look like a road you'd expect to have that kind of development on, because it's
a small, it's not.
Small dirt road.
it's a
dirt
small,
road.
well, it's
Or paved-ish.
it gets to be dirt-ish, yeah, but not exactly what you'd look for, you know, for a higher density development.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just, first of all, want to say that, you know, all of the board's comments are just right on point, and I think we're continuing to learn and continuing to get better at this stuff. And as, by way of example, as Tom alluded to, some of the developers come to see us and ask us for input long before the project eligibility status, before they've spent a lot of money on design, which is terrific, and that actually did happen in the 511 Brick Kiln case. And as a result of that, we have consensus in the community on some things and not other things. So one thing that we seem to have pretty good consensus on is that we need more single-bedroom and two-bedroom units. And we provided that input to the developer.
And they really
and
responded.
They responded in this case. That's terrific. There are some other issues that are more difficult. How do we get to agreement among the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen and the Affordable Housing Committee and the ZBA on what type of density do we want in what places? Which isn't to say we throw up our hands and quit, but I just think as we continue to communicate better and get more precise in our planning documents, including the housing production plan and the local comprehensive plan, we can hopefully avoid these disconnects that we apparently had with 511 Brick Kiln. And one of the things that's come out of this one is the planning board wants to consider an amendment to the housing production plan that would say, hey, we want this section of Brick Kiln Road off limits for more dense residential development. Now, whether the Affordable Housing Committee and the Selectmen are going to agree with that, I don't know, but it's good to have that dialogue sooner rather than later so that we, again, can try to have a consensus opinion from the community. And even if we can't, I think your suggestion, Madam Chair, is right on point to have, a checklist of, okay, we might not all agree, but here's the checklist on where it sort of scores out on these various criteria, and then the boards do with it as they do.
Can I ask another question? So when a developer walks into town hall and is looking to submit his 40B application, is he completely predetermined that he's gonna do a LIP application or a regular 40B? Is it already predetermined, or is there some kind of salesmanship that we can provide to try to convince him to work with us and be a little more flexible?
I guess the best way I can answer that is there are very few LIPs that come through the door. So if there are very few LIPs that come through the door, and of the traditional ones, some number just bring the project eligibility application to us, and others come earlier and say, hey, what do you think? So I think, to your point, if they come in early and say, hey, what do you think, we could potentially have a friendly 40B local initiative program type of conversation. And as Tom is fond of pointing out, that the LIP only makes sense if there's something in it for the developer. So we would.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think.
Do we have the door open for
But,
that, or?
so I just want to, before this kind of goes out of my head, we've been talking about for a while that we really want to have kind of an in-depth conversation about exactly this. I mean, how are we, as a town, how are we helping, to the extent that we can, guide development in a way that's best for the community. And so, you know, is our LIP process inviting? Are we creating a system where people, you know, developers feel confident enough in that process that they go that route versus a 40B? And I know there's some things outside of what we can control, because obviously there are lots of other, you know, factors. But, you know, I would love it if somebody over there wants to, where if this board takes on organizing a discussion about this, because I actually, and bringing in developers, you know, bringing in staff to talk about this issue, because housing is, you know, our housing is going, the way we're gonna meet our needs are going to be through large projects. It's
Right.
not going to be through the typical, you know, contractor doing 1 or 2 houses a year. It's going to be with large projects that are either going to be LIPs or they're going to be 40Bs that we have some degree of friendliness, maybe, you know, along the spectrum with. So to have that conversation about what are other towns doing? Do they do something different? I think it would be really helpful. It's what we've heard from developers and from the affordable housing community that they would really like to see. So I don't know, you know, how we structure that, if it's something that we bring someone in to help facilitate that, but I think it would just be, we keep kind of dancing around the topic of.
I'm willing to do some research on how other towns do it, if I can find some that are more successful and we can learn something from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes in part and parcel with the other conversations we have to have about zoning, changes to zoning around issues of density, and, I mean, those are all larger questions as well, but if we're sort of thinking about, you know, taking some stab at trying to address some of these issues, you know, I just think we gotta be a little bit more proactive. Otherwise, we're just waiting for, like, you know, Peter saying, whoever comes through the door with whatever they're presenting to us.
Right.
So structurally, we have been talking about this, and it just seems to me it's maybe two different things. Maybe, you know, we in the past have had these community outreach meetings, and so one of the pieces could be outreach with developers and housing people in sort of an informal, you know, information collecting forum, and then to bring that to the joint meeting with, you know, planning, building, you know, whatever the,
Zoning, everybody.
yeah, so where we would look at and discuss that sort of more data-driven information. That's just kind of one idea. And before we did that, I think it would be interesting, you know, if we proposed a, you know, sort of a organizational format, and then sent that to planning to see what their thoughts were about that format. And so that we really do this together in terms of the comprehensive planning of it.
The Cape Cod Commission has done a lot of work in this area, but they haven't given us any tools to control this kind of development. I mean, what they're basically saying, you know, want development to be in your most, in the center of town. You know, go up, don't sprawl out. But we don't have the tools to really do that, I mean, in terms of regulations. So the question really, I think, is a legitimate question that goes on. It isn't gonna be settled right here in Falmouth. It's gonna have to be a state level change. In other words, there's gotta be some other factors in 40B besides just what the state regulations are, because we have a sole source aquifer. You know, it's shooting ourselves in the foot if we keep putting stuff in those zones of contribution that are polluting that aquifer. I mean, it means we're gonna have to build ever more sophisticated water filtration and treatment facilities to clean up what we're allowing to be deposited into our aquifer. So, you know, it's like carbon dioxide, you know, we've let it get out of control. And I think where we have a single source aquifer, we have a special situation. And I think it's gotta go up to the state, and we've gotta get some kind of special consideration for how we maintain the quality of the sustainable elements that are required for any kind of quality of life.
It's time for 40B to be reviewed.
Oh, I
It
agree.
is.
Well, actually, I think the state believes it works pretty well. When you look at it, it's doing what it was intended to
The
do.
present state,
It's
not the future state.
Okay.
For urban areas.
Can I ask a question of the
That are
town
fully
planner
sewered,
again?
you know?
Is there an expected timeline on the Davis Straits rezoning?
You just have to come to the microphone. Or if it's a quick date, we can, but we need you for the next subject matter anyway, so.
I'm not going anywhere. The deadline for our consultants to help us develop the zoning was February 7th. We got 2 excellent proposals in that I am reading right now, and there'll be a big reveal as to who we're going to be using to help us develop that zoning.
And then,
Optimistically, we would love to bring that zoning to town meeting on November 2020. But that's quite a bit of a crunch at this point. So that's what we're geared up for, and that's what we're hoping to move forward to. And just we'll see how that process plays out. But we've gotten several of us were at the HACS form-based code development today. Listened to a few different speakers, and 2 of the people who were talked about in this HAC Housing Assistance Corporation were the 2 people who responded to our request.
That's good.
So we were very comfortable and very happy to have those folks in contention.
okay, because that's our first big move towards
Yes.
potentially increased zoning density. And so, until we get some zoning in place in some areas that are, you know, better for housing, we don't really have a lot to offer.
Right.
To say, we can really work with you, we can help you.
Here's your opportunity.
Yeah.
But I do think it would be, and we can, you and I can talk, and we can talk with Peter and Julian about, and Tom about, we've been asked for a while to kind of think about think about, that conversation has happened a few times from different folks who do housing development. And I think, what you're correct, like the really big, change is that zoning and what that would, allow us to do. In a part of town that's already sewered and just ready to go and just kind of needs that push. But I do think talking about the process, hearing from, I like Sue's idea of kind of gathering information, and then we can use that information however we do. But, I think people have been asking us to hear their concerns, the things that are done well, the things where things can be improved, the places where there's sort of lack of clarity or whatever it might be. And so hopefully we can get something like that going and at least start that process of a community conversation. Okay, next. So is that good for I think we've kind of covered that issue of 40B letters. Thank you for bringing that up, Doug.
Yeah.
All right, consideration of vote to supplement comments on the 511 Brick Kiln Road project. I think we if you want to just sort of
Yeah, can I
go back
just
to
touch
that.
base on that?
Yep.
Yeah.
So in the letter that I authored to the planning board regarding this, the particular comments were, the planning board is concerned the location of the developments within the water resource district and its proximity to the Long Pond water source supply could be impacted by development. So since that time, we have done a little deeper dive and talked with some of the folks in-house about the various layers of development and the various layers of protection that we have. So, we've got zone 2s. This is a map that shows you where 511 Brick Kiln is in relationship to a zone 2. It's not in a zone 2. Here we see it in the water resource district, and you see it's within the water resource district. And here we see the zone 2s, the water resource district, and the coastal ponds on both sides. So it sort of falls into exclusively the water resource district. But what's not mapped in our GIS are the Zone A, Zone B, and spoiler alert, there's a Zone C, but all the other zones are not A and B. Working with Steve Rafferty, this is a map that he put together in relationship to the Locust Field development that shows the Zone A area of contribution to Long Pond. That's what this is right here, and it's essentially the top of the ridge line. So the top of the ridge line is the Zone A. Any water that hits on the south side of the Zone A line, it rolls into the pond. So the things that are north of that are the Zone B, and the Zone B is essentially those things that are permitted under Title V. So on our water resource district, housing is not prohibited, but things like storing hazardous chemicals and things like that are junkyards and things like that. So the difference between what's allowed under local zoning in a zone, in a aquifer protection zone, is the density. And that density is a local regulation, and it gets trumped by 40B. It gets overridden by 40B. So the concern from the planning board is about how is this going to impact our water resource district, and the planning board, I'm having a very similar conversation as tomorrow, from the perspective of talking in-house with our DPW, is that if we're not in the Zone A, chances are we're not going to have a significant impact on the water resource, on the surface water. In addition to that, the treatment plant that we put together has the ability to treat those things that are, do come through subterranean sources and things like that into the pond. I understand from the tour I took that there's 6 different levels of treatment that goes through the water filtration plant, and I'm way over my head to talk about any of them. But there's a fair comfort level between the water superintendent that development at this site at 511 Brick Hill, even with this intensive density that you wouldn't typically see under typical zoning, is not going to have an impact on water quality. And that is sort of the part of the mystery that we've been peeling back, what's in a water resource district. And so this is in this 271 pages of water protection in this 310 CMR that Steve was happy and good enough to mark up for me, so I have to read all of it. But the perspective from his perspective is that this particular development, although it's in the water resource district, isn't going to have a significant impact on water quality because of its proximity outside of the Zone A and the treatment capabilities of the plant. And then we look at, from the big picture, when the planning board talks tomorrow night about should we be looking at talking about amending the housing production plan, particularly as it relates to development in the brick kiln area. This is a map I put together that shows the town-owned property or 300 committee property, town-owned property or protected by. And in that brick kiln area is these handful of parcels that are essentially already developed. This one is 511 Brick Kiln. The one next to it is the Lutheran Church, which is the site for the Y. And the others have property on it, so private residential's on it, which could essentially be another 40B. But to what extent is our exposure for that for the water resource district when we own most of the real estate that's in there? And there's just a couple of parcels that are frankly available for development, including these two clearly single-family developments, but conceivably somebody could decide they want to try to put another 40B on the property between the 511 and the school. So this will be the discussion the planning board and I will be having tomorrow night as well.
Thank you. That's helpful. Any other questions about that or about supplementing our comments?
Well, do we want to send another letter just to say that, supplementary letter to say that we are very concerned about our water protection district? I don't think we made that clear.
Right.
We were, the previous letter was, we're grateful that they responded with the housing selection that they've chosen, which is good, but we are concerned about that water. And I guess it's not, maybe I'm too concerned, but sounds like it's really not a problem then, huh?
Well, I think that being concerned is a great place to start.
Right.
And then going down into that.
Mm-hmm. And it's not really our targeted area for affordable housing.
Well, according to the housing production plan, it is.
Right, because it's a nuclear center of town.
And it's on a main, yes, we don't have, the bus doesn't go down that route yet, but maybe that's different if there's it's doable. We've already been talking about having CCR, the
I think we should
CCRTA go
petition to
down.
get CCRTA to go down there,
Gifford Street.
especially if we're gonna have a Y there, that'd be great.
I think, whatever this board wants to do as far as supplementing the letter,
The planning board is sending a letter.
I think they're gonna
that
probably send a-
identifies those concerns.
whatever this board wants to do, we can certainly direct town manager to raise that issue.
Maybe a simple letter just stating the fact that, we support our planning board's letter, and we too share their concern about our water protection district, and we would hope that in the future we can work with developers to maybe do cluster zoning with denitrifying septics. We welcome them to consider a LIP application where we could work together with them to maximize their profitability on this project, something like that.
But this is going to mass housing.
Right.
I'm not sure what the second part of that, they're not gonna send developers as a lip. I mean, that's a great thing to send out to developers, saying, we'd love to hear from you, but I don't see how that would be relevant to mass housing. I worry that more letters are gonna confuse them what's going on. I mean,
I feel confident after the, just generally and with the town planner's presentation that the planning board's
Gonna raise some
recommendation
issues.
will be sufficient.
Okay.
We'll do whatever can be done.
I mean, the
We're kind of in a
reality
helpless
is.
position.
Right, I mean, the reality is, planning board can say what they want, and we can say what we want, and really.
True.
If it goes forward as a 40B, that, a lot of that doesn't, I mean, we're hearing, even if it's in an A, if it's a 40B, it's not bound by those regulations.
Right.
In an A.
In an A they
it would
are,
be,
okay, but any
it's
side
zone
of.
B, and it's not in.
It's not
zone
in an A, right,
It
so
in
where it
zone
is now,
B,
it wouldn't,
and
doesn't,
That's not.
right,
and that's
so.
Madam Chair, if I could, I just, I guess I feel like I need to put on my affordable housing advocacy hat for a moment and just push back a little bit on the planning board letter to the extent that it says this project shouldn't go forward without sewer or enhanced treatment. Now, certainly no question, if sewer were feasible, that's a win-win because it's affordable, it's easy to maintain.
Best for the environment.
And it's better for the environment. Enhanced septic is much more complicated.
Right.
It's much more expensive. It arguably makes an affordable housing project not feasible,
Right.
even putting aside the capital construction costs, even if you can get it built with the town subsidy even. The maintenance cost on the homeowner is really problematic.
Right.
And as we just discussed, it's not really clear it's needed for this site. Now, that's not a black and white issue. I'm not saying, it's irrelevant and it's not helpful. But again, from the perspective of
No, I
affordable
think
housing,
the
it's
point is,
a
the point is well
problematic
taken, and
requirement.
I think my email that, obviously I couldn't share with everybody because of open meeting, but my response to the concern was along those lines, that I understand, the concern is real. I mean, Sam, kind of reminds us over and over again about where we get our water from, and that's a real concern, and that's a real constraint. And we are unique in that way. Many communities do not have a sole source aquifer, and they don't have some of the other challenges that we have with, the potential of saltwater incursion as we have climate, all of those things. So there are real issues. That being said, we also have this real issue of a difficulty with housing. And we're talking about the sort of economic vitality and future of our town, and we're not talking about development that's close to vulnerable infrastructure with a project like that. I mean, every project has its trade-off,
Right.
right? And so, I just think it's one of those things where we have to, there isn't gonna be an ideal place for a project that's affordable, that's the right density, other than Davis Straits, but that'll have its issues as well.
Sure.
but I just worry that we're, in the planning board letter, we may be promising sewering that we're not able to support. We're putting it out there as an option we're supportive of,
Right.
but we may
We're
not
nowhere
have
near
the
that.
capacity to actually allow it. It would have to go by the variance from us to say that we have the capacity for it, and I'm not sure we do. It's not a plan that has been put forward as something within our 80%.
I am personally comfortable with the letter because it doesn't promise anything that is not deliverable.
Right.
And I think where we address some of the concerns that Doug is raising is exactly what I'm talking about, trying to look forward to the next development and trying to find ways to work better with developers. How do we entice them? How do we kind of outline and really promote the places we want to see development? And what are the changes we make so that development is possible? Sam and Doug are correct that until we really address zoning, we don't have this kind of great carrot to hold out there and say, look at this, all this opportunity.
And sewering discharge capacity.
Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, we're
And we're
capped
gonna,
right now,
and we're
so
working towards those things, but it's
we're not
like,
there yet. so.
Takes timing.
are we gonna run out of land before we get those in place? It's like getting,
Well, I'm just thankful that all that land has been taken out of development that's there right now. I mean, quite honestly, thank goodness for the 300 committee.
Yeah.
Well, and you'd like to utilize some of that additional wastewater capacity in an area that could have even further enhanced density, like the reset area. And by using it up in other areas that are not as
Ties our
dense,
hands.
you've limited your options.
Right.
So are folks comfortable going for, leaving the letter as it is, knowing that planning is gonna submit their own letter?
Yes.
Planning submitted their letter.
Excuse me.
I think anything beyond that is just gonna be academic.
Okay, all right, moving on to presentation of draft mission statements for, thank you, Mr. Bott. Presentation
Tom.
for draft mission statements for Citizen Advisory Committee, Future Fire Station, and for Transportation Management Committee. Did I miss the Transportation Management
No,
Committee?
that is still
Okay.
a work in progress,
Great.
Madam Chair.
Okay, I just didn't
So
see
if-
it, so.
If I may, I'd like to get that to the board. There are still 2 members of that committee we are awaiting appointment on. So if I could get that to the board between now and your next meeting, that would be appreciated. It is in draft form, but needs some more work.
Okay, so then turning to the Citizen Advisory, everybody has a copy of it.
My only question is whether there should be any pluralization in station. Is this really only looking at the potential for one, or are we leaving it up to the committee to determine plural?
Well, I think it's up to the board how you want to proceed with that. One of the things we need to keep in mind, we have a capital, or 10-year capital plan shows 1 additional fire station. We've sort of represented that's the direction we're going. That was the primary charge of the consultant. That's not to say that couldn't be altered in the future, but I guess my caution would be that if you have more issues in play, we may be creating some obstacles to be able to go forward, get the kind of debt exclusion we need to build a new fire station, rallying around a single site, and you may want to do this in a more linear fashion rather than with a follow-up study, potentially.
Then maybe I would clarify the language, just, I mean, I think it already says a new town fire station, but to say maybe that's sufficient, but I was just saying that then be very clear.
Understood.
It does talk about potential sites, but I think it's different sites
For
for
one
one
new
station.
station.
Right.
Correct. So this board would receive some pros and cons about alternatives
Right.
for a site, because I think it's, may have come out of the PowerPoint. I can assure you that the 100-plus page study does not have a X marks the spot. There are pros and cons depending on preferences for response times, areas of coverage, et cetera, sort of like we've always had in this community and frankly, every other community in America. There are no perfect answers. It's a matter of what resources are brought to bear and what are your ongoing operating costs to provide a service, and trade-offs respectively, because no community is a perfect circle or square, so that there are always areas that are more difficult to cover, and call loading is the wild card. Call loading changes everything.
Well, I think the mission statement's quite clear. The only question which came up tonight is whether we really want to put a guideline as to timetable.
Did you have one other, I
I
see your,
had
so let me
some
just take, yeah,
tweaks
before we go to the
before we get to
timetable, if you
that.
had a tweak, yeah.
So I looked at the Route 28 mission statement, which I think it's sort of a general consensus, what a great result that was, and how it provides a bit of a model. And so I just tweaked a couple of things that I wanted to see if the board would consider. And it's probably best if I'll just pass out the 3.
I looked at it, so I can pass
Yeah, so,
it. I can share it.
I just kind of focused on the fact that what do we need in terms of information from Falmouth citizens? And the way this is drafted, it just said comments. And I think it's really important that Falmouth citizens have the opportunity that they did on the Route 28 committee, which is also to have input, options, and information. And so I just added that at the front. I mean, I think.
So it will say, this will be supplemented by input, options, and provided by Fire Chief Small, Town Manager Suso, as well as other involved town staff members and from Falmouth citizens.
Right, which I think was really the intent, it's just a
Yeah, I
Get the words
wordsmith
from,
thing.
right?
That's nicely.
Yeah, get rid of the words from as well, and Falmouth citizens, so that all those things apply to the
Right,
the
sure.
Falmouth citizens. I
Yep.
think that sounds good.
Nice.
any other than the timeline, any other, sort of tweaks? Okay. Returning to the issue of timeline, what do we want? Do we want to put, do we want to kind of put a timeline here into this? I mean, obviously, they need a timeline. We can either put it directly in the mission statement or, you know.
I would prefer not to put it in the mission statement, but that it be known, because I think that as we request reports, there may be things that, you know, time considerations that come up. So I don't know, I just think that, I don't think there was a timeline in the Route 28 one either.
There only was because it was like an
there?
April,
Was
because we had
there?
the 25% was gonna be.
Oh, right, okay.
I mean,
And
we
there was a
have
funding, funding.
Okay.
November is our capital town meeting. Are we thinking that this is going to be a November town meeting vote to do this project?
It would be terrific to attempt to get some design money
Yeah,
in November town meading.
I agree.
If we can rally around a site.
I think, I mean, listen,
So I
if we
think
give
just
them a timeline and something terrible happens that they, you know, I don't know what it might be, they can't
move
meet,
it.
they can't, then obviously we can move it, but
Right.
I think Doug raises a good question, which is if, as Julian says, we're sort of, you know, looking at that.
Even if it says with the hope of having an article at the November town meeting for design funds, just to give them that push, saying, this is what we're hoping for.
Right.
It doesn't say you have to do it, but I just would
And then as,
put that language in.
yeah, I think that's.
So that's
The
that's
ideal
an article that
timeline.
has to be drafted by the 1st of September, or up in that
Well, a
timeframe.
placeholder at least.
Well, I understand, but I mean, in
Well, they'd
terms
have to
of- how do we?
come to consensus on a location.
Yeah, but so I'm trying to back up from
Yep,
that
yep.
point and ask what else has to happen so we have what we need to
We
actually
have to
would
get
need to
come up
that
with that
to this
article.
board so that
Yep.
you have time to act.
Ex-
We
Exactly.
would have to have a
Has to move
report
back.
in August, probably early
Oh,
August.
no, let's move.
think July?
I think it's July. I think it's
I would
July
think
1.
midsummer to give this board
Time to,
adequate time to evaluate and see what direction you want to go.
And you're gonna have to have a community forum to get input to see whether in fact everybody, if there's a consensus that we can point to.
You don't think we could make a decision in October that would go to a November town meeting as to the location that we're supporting? We'd still have the placeholder, I mean, we know what the placeholder's gonna say.
But why is it gonna take them that long? Sure, they may have to go through some
I'm
iterations
saying
on the,
for us to make our decision in October may mean that they're making their report in September or late August.
yeah, but why can't they finish it by July 1?
where are we now? I don't even know what day it is, February.
February
So
10th.
say they start in March, cause,
Right.
you know.
Right.
So March, April, May, June, that's 4 months.
Yeah,
So maybe with a projected, yeah, go ahead, Peter.
No, I was just gonna say, it's, I mean, I think setting the goal.
Of town
to
meeting.
of having an article ready for town meeting is great, and we can run the timelines. I was gonna chime in and suggest that, you know, I think what the town manager is indicating is that if you're gonna be successful with the vote at town meeting
You
in
want time,
November,
yeah.
then you're gonna wanna know what the location is, you know, in August. You know, you're gonna want to allow,
To do education around it, to do
education and
public-
reaction.
Community
and-
forum.
Yeah, community
Right,
forum
and
to
presentation.
think about numbers, to be able to have some estimated, I mean, no, we're not gonna be going for project funds, but people still wanna know some of those things
What I
before-
like about that too is that's when all of our citizens are here. It's the summer, so you're really catching a wider audience too.
So you mean if you give them to sort of an August date?
Right.
They have time to hold a forum in the summer. This committee has an opportunity to hold a public forum to get input.
Right.
I think that's a good point.
So not really an August date, it's really
A
July.
recommendation
yeah, I
by,
think I still think it's a
July.
July 1 kind of, because you're gonna have committees where people are off on vacation and you can't necessarily get everybody together that you
so a
want.
July 1.
There's,
Alden, did you? You just gotta come up here.
Or,
I would hesitate to put too long a date on it, because I think what happens is that you just start meshing things over and over again, and everybody's ideas have already been presented, and
Yeah,
July 1 it
decisions-
is.
Decisions need to be made.
or make it June 30th, and that's the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, all right. Got that?
July.
And if it, if we go a couple of months and then realize that it's just not gonna happen,
Right.
we'll know.
Exactly, we can
Great.
extend
Can I
it.
just underscore, that there's a lot of data in that report?
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, you could spin your wheels a lot, but if you really want to focus on the mission of this committee, as I see this board ordain it, I think things will narrow down in a hurry.
Yeah.
Having said that, you're never going to get a unanimous consensus, we all understand that.
Yeah.
There'll be pros and cons and trade-offs, but.
And like I said, if something happens for whatever reason, and there's some issue, they're gonna come before this board and say, this is where, we're not gonna have an answer for whatever that,
Right.
so.
I would move approval of
okay.
this mission statement as it's been edited with Ms. Moran's recommendation and adding the date of a report by July 1st, 2020.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Meeting minutes of October 17th, January 27th. I can't vote January 27th because that was the day I was absent.
Yes, on page 8, I've already talked to Jennifer about this. In the, under number 5 in the third paragraph, you go down to where it says, three sentences, or 3 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph.
Which minutes are we on?
27th?
27th or
20
something?
This is the 27th. That's the
Okay.
only one I had in my packet.
Well, there's just,
You should have
Okay.
October 17th as well.
Okay,
Right.
so just above where it says Miss Moran, 3 lines up, starts 3 resolutions. And this is a report that I was giving. And I just want to clarify number 3 in that, which says support for gas increase to help fund that. And that's really not very specific, so I just wanted to add support for tax increase, all right, which is what it was. And it's a gas tax increase, that's what it is. It's a gas tax increase to help fund reduction in carbon dioxide emissions, because that's really what it was all about.
Okay.
And then I showed, in the last line on that same, it should be select board capitalized. I don't usually talk about those kind of typos, but that's something that can be done. Now, other than that, I would say it's substantially correct, and I move that we approve these minutes and release to the public.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm gonna abstain because I wasn't here. Do we have the October 17th?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, this was our community meeting, that's right.
Right.
Oh, and this, yeah.
And this was our meeting that we had at West Falmouth Library, okay?
I did read those,
Yep, I think it summarizes the event.
correct.
the only thing was, I was not there.
Okay.
Right, it mentions the selectmen that were introduced in attendance.
So maybe if we
Oh,
just,
that's 27th.
selectmen intent, yeah, okay.
17th.
Yep. It's just at the bottom, it says,
Oh, okay.
selectmen in attendance, so, okay. No, it does say selectmen in attendance were acknowledged and welcomed, including Megan, Sue, Sam.
Okay, very
Okay.
good.
Yeah,
All right, do I have a motion to approve?
so move,
Second?
release.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, great.
Abstain?
One abstain.
Okay.
Two
Oh,
abstain.
okay.
Two abstain,
Two
excuse me.
abstentions. Okay, noting the late hour, so not trying to discourage anyone, but noting the very late hour. Individual selectmen reports.
I know nothing.
Perfect.
See no evil, speak no evil.
Right. Exactly. Anything, Sue?
I'm with that.
Okay.
I did have a first meeting with the Steamship Authority,
Oh,
Steamship Task Force for local issues, and we're working on a website, email that the residents can log into and send any concerns they have.
Wonderful.
There is one thing, like, if I could just briefly take like 3 sentences. I did meet as your liaison to the Friends of Nopska board, and they're going over their timelines, and their fundraising has not gone as rapidly as they would like. And so since this is a public issue, they're not sure there's gonna be much of any public access for the light this summer. And it just has to do with site work and getting a occupancy permit to allow people there, but anyway, so I just wanted to mention that there's some unfortunate fallback from the lack of fundraising that's going to impact public access to Nopska Light. So But they made good progress. The exterior of the building has been completely redeveloped and finished out, so from a weather standpoint, the keeper's house is now,
Weather-
environmentally tight,
Yep.
weather tight, and some work has been done on the inside of the building. It mostly has to do with the site work to provide handicap accessibility and that sort of thing. But that's not gonna fall within the budget that's funded.
That's a lot of
That-
work.
yeah,
So-
exactly.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Suso?
Thank you. Just a couple items. We mentioned the grand opening for the senior center earlier in the meeting. We had Selectman Patterson had made a request for a summary update on a punch list for the senior center, and that was provided by my colleague, Peter Johnson-Staub.
Thank you.
Peter can comment on that if the board would so like. I did attend the last week's meeting of the Finance Committee, and your next meeting is Monday, February 24th.
Just a reminder, that reminds me, and I see Keith here. The 25th is going to be, the Finance Committee is having a public forum to talk about the override. And we are certainly, I know we haven't been officially invited, but. Yes.
I was gonna get offline, but.
Okay, I spoke to your vice chair, Nick Lowell, at another event over the weekend, and so this board is being invited. I think we need to,
We can post it.
post it,
Yep,
please.
no problem.
Just, I don't know how many people will be able to go, but, and I know that the finance committee is going to try and get us some questions in advance. Great, to the board, to staff, so we can have actually like a really productive conversation about some of the questions that people have that I know are shared by the public as well. So, hopefully, a good number of us can, I know not everybody can make it, but can get there so that we can really, even if we don't have all the answers, we can hear the questions. And the goal of getting the questions in advance is try and actually have answers available. So, thank you for coming, and that'll be the 25th, so if we just make sure we post it.
Is it 6 PM?
7.
And are you doing it? Herman Room, right? Okay, so 7 PM, Herman Room, February 25th.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
2 weeks from tomorrow, Finance Committee's public hearing on the,
Both the fire station budget and the,
Override.
hiring
The override?
so the override and the budget.
So we're doing everything at once for the fire.
Great. Okay, so anyone who wants to know anything about fire department, Finance Committee is gonna host. Thank you for doing that. I think it's really, really helpful.
That's at 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
Thank you.
They have the primary recommendation on that warrant
Right,
article.
exactly.
Because it
So-
is a financial article.
Right.
So you're welcome. We just dumped it in your lap, so. No, but thank you for getting us those questions ahead of time. I think it makes it,
I will probably send them out tomorrow email.
great. That'll make it much more productive.
Is that all right?
As long as we don't comment.
As long as we don't comment back, you can send them to us. Peter, did you have any comments?
Nope, I'm all set. Unless there are questions on the punch list, I think the memo is fairly straightforward.
It is.
Good, thank you.
It's a very positive one.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, super. Thank you.